North America now. I need to grab my Toronto stuff. Hold on, let me just grab my Toronto stuff. Where is it? Not there. Where is it? There it is. Oh, there we go. Too big, not big enough. There? Or do we want it on the left-hand side? We don't normally have it on the left. What are we thinking? Left or right? Any Feng Shui knowers? Oh, the mods have done all the other stuff as well. Beautiful mods. Compromise and put it in the middle. Let's put it on Johnny's face for now. We'll just put it all over Johnny. There we go. I can still see his legs. There we go. All right. I think this seems good. I'm gonna go top up my water and top up everything. Yeah, put it all over Johnny. Ha ha. All right. Let me grab a drink. Let me get everything ready, and we can lock in for the start of Northern America. Be right back. Oh. Did we all buy AMD products while I was gone? So Beck's gonna retire? What do you mean? Why is he retiring? What am I watching? Oh. Good. Glad we took the time for that, thank you. If Sobek's about, he can hop on. Will it be like is it a uni thing? Because obviously the new year of uni is going to start, I guess, before stage 4 starts, right? Is that his plan? I think uni. Yeah, I guess, but the timing, I would like, it makes sense timing wise at least. That's a shame, though. Commiserations, Hitori. It was going so well. I actually was convinced you had it. And that they'd sort of botched the map pick a little. Are you still in the server, Sobek? Join General, I can drag you if you want. Yeah, just into after 80 meters. Yeah, I mean, it was yours to lose really from that point. It's a real shame. There he is.
Yo, what's up?
Yo, you all right?
Yeah, I'm chilling. Yeah, it was a rough one.
What happened then? Because it looked like the spot was sealed until like that last sort of couple of minutes or so.
Oh my god, like there was that one fight where we had so many ults and we were like rolling them off the checkpoint, and I think we were literally calling like a million different things and we just had no idea what we wanted to do, and then we just spammed ults and lost the fight, and then we were like playing a retake for the whole rest of the map and it was just AIDS.
Fuck. It's so hard when it starts. It's so hard to regain control once it starts to snowball away from you.
Yeah,
like
bro, I could feel it like you know, just being lost. Every single fight gets worse and worse, and then it gets like right to the end of the map, and you're just like, oh, it's so over. But I don't know, they switched Lucio or something, and it worked out for them. So.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised to see Prash playing so much Brig instead like for Ramatra, because it's such a tricky matchup to try and play.
They're just hard trying to enable the Korean, I guess, because MCD just puts every single nade off cooldown. But
it's in his blood, unfortunately.
Yeah, at least the game is over, so I no longer have to worry about the nade ability. I can be a free man.
he can't hurt you now.
Literally.
So what's this? Hitori was telling me you're going to retire now, and this was for Swan Song.
Oh yeah, so I want to keep playing, but like I'm going to uni, so I'm pretty much in myself IRL.
Is it your what is it, first year?
Nah, I took a year off, but I'm coming back into second year, so I had some time to play Overwatch, but yeah, going back in. But I tried playing it before during uni, but it's like it's so hard to manage. Like I might as well just get a job up there. So gonna be a Morrison's person or something.
Oh yeah, wow, decent uni job.
Yeah, exactly. But, no, it's gonna be sad though. It's annoying we didn't get further, but like. I don't know. It'll still be fun to watch the tournament. So.
Yeah, it'll still be good. Yeah, I think you're probably. I know it's always hard with uni stuff because it's always like you either do both and you end up doing both not properly. Essentially, you don't get a full out of anything.
Yeah, literally. Like I could try balance it, but it would just be like half-assing both almost. Plus, like socially, it's so difficult. Like when I tried to do it before. You seem like a cretin because you just gotta say no to going out like all the time. And I remember one night out I had to I was just drinking like non-alcoholic mocktails the whole night so I could get back for an NA tournament, and it was
Hello,
just like
bro.
it was, you know what, they actually kind of slapped, like they were really nice, but
Thanks,
it just
Tyos.
felt really weird, like
Appreciate
walking
it.
home at 1 o'clock totally
To
sober.
lock in.
But
I've done it.
yeah.
It was TF2 for me during uni, but like I remember times when it would be like we'd be having a house party, but I'd be upstairs for the first few hours of the house party because I've got to fucking finish the match, and then it'd just be like
Yeah.
so much noise and everything else going on, and I'd be like, this is such
Oh
like
my God,
it's
nah.
just such like a stupid
I've
way
had
to
that
try and play a
exact same
match.
thing. I've actually had that exact same experience, and I'm pretty sure everybody that's tried to play like esports whilst at uni has had that
Yeah.
thing. It's like you can just hear like a party going on and people coming into your room, and you're just like, "Yep, I'll be down in a sec," and then it goes to like a 5-map series, and everybody's going out before you're done. But
And try to
yeah, at least
explain
I
to
went up
people,
forever.
but they think you're just a fucking full DJ.
Yeah,
Like you can't.
exactly.
He just
Like-
needs to play this guy. We're literally all
Yeah.
downstairs having a good time, but he just.
Oh my God.
He just
Yeah,
fucking
has to
hard
play this
comment.
game.
Yeah, just hard
my
comment
God.
this game. Yeah.
Yeah, I felt so bad for my housemates as well because I played like NA for a bit on Timeless, and like the scrims were so early, but luckily like my housemates were chill because I was just shouting at like 5 o'clock every morning. So yeah, I think I don't have to do that anymore. So that's chill.
Yeah, my housemates were like, they didn't really like. A couple of them understood, but then a couple of them were like, didn't understand at all, and just thought it was like the equivalent. They kept saying like, I swear you keep saying get to the chopper. I was like, I'm not playing Call of Duty. Like, there's no point would I say chopper. And they're like, all we hear is you screaming, get to the chopper. And I'm like, and there's no...
It's the comms as well. Like the
Yeah.
stuff you say that you don't realize you're saying in game. It's like, I don't know. Even now, like you'll say some shit and it's like in the moment, and then you know your housemates will be like, I swear you said this, and you know you did some like stupid thing,
Yeah.
and you're just like, oh my God. I think I've barked a few times, like. And it's been, you know, online that's like semi-normal behavior, but in real life, like that's just weird.
You just gotta
So
go downstairs and then explain it. So yeah, like
yeah,
this
exactly.
is.
It's
Oh
like,
no.
it
Yeah.
was funny at the time, guys. I swear.
Oh yeah, someone says
Oh.
kill baby. Kill baby is the cool now, or like.
Oh my God, yeah.
Kill
Or like
baby.
kill Queen, or you know any of these things, or like Torvo, like fucking any of that stuff. Oh.
Like, no, he
Great.
can't come down and join the party. He's busy shouting about cum in his room again.
Yo, Dinosaur Cola, I will do that on my OnlyFans. Now I need to make money some other way.
The Morrisons and OnlyFans
Yeah.
hustle.
That sounds like a crazy combo. God. Anyway, Deadlock's coming out now, so I can just chill and play that for fun.
No, but yeah, that type of things where you can just like put it down whenever. Don't have to say no to
Yeah,
any like
exactly.
social thing or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, or even Overwatch. Like I can't remember the last time I played Overwatch and like could play it whenever I wanted, right? 'Cause
Not just
scrims
like
take up
swimming.
so much time.
Yeah.
Yeah. God. That was, you know, that was a fun match to be fair. Like watching back some of the highlights and stuff. It was at least it wasn't like if I went out playing versus Arya and like lost to Arya, I think
That would
I'd
be-
actually be like very mad. I'm glad there was none of that. It was like an honest to God Overwatch match.
I mean, to be fair, I was quite like, because all the games obviously have been like pretty one-sided today. Even because they didn't have Gurks, and there was just like a distinct lack of like their X factor. So all the games have been pretty one-sided, but this one was actually like all the way banger. Felt like either team could win at any point. you know?
Yeah, literally, yeah. And oh my God, and losing beat to the internet as well. It's so annoying. Like my internet earlier was tragic, so I had to like reset it and it was fine. And then it's been fine the whole of the match, and then all of a sudden I just DC at the worst possible moment. So yeah, but
Yeah, always the fucking way, really.
yeah, but it is what it is. What? Is it NA now? It's like
Yeah,
all of
They're gonna do the same thing, like 4 matches at the same time to start, and then they'll do the lower bracket games as well.
yeah. I haven't kept up with NA. Is it still like who's the best team right now?
So
Is it still Toronto?
yeah, and I think it's now Toronto, but like somehow the gap's gotten even bigger. Like word on the street is Toronto are just not just rolling all the American teams, which is maybe like half of a course. They're also like comfortably beating all the EMEA teams as well. So it's like Toronto really on top. But
just on top.
Yeah, but now there's like Nightmare and NRG, and they've got like they've all like upgraded their rosters. But like the 2-3 battle is I think probably like super interesting.
Yeah, I mean they've got tons of orgs and stuff, so it's. I mean even just seeing the orgs competing's fun, right? That's something like Overwatch lacked for so long, just because of I know like Overwatch League had orgs, but they were like hidden behind, you know, like the places. So it's pretty cool to see them now.
Are you watching the stream right now? What's going on?
The stream?
Yeah, I was just
I don't know. There's like an alien space.
Yeah, I was just kind of like half watching it, and then I kind of like it just caught my eye.
Wait,
I was like, what? I was like, what am I watching?
I'm watching it on mute. I have no idea what's happening.
I have no idea what I just witnessed, but Jake seems to have been affected. No.
Oh, okay, no, that's true.
No, because
I'm seeing it in real time then.
The Toronto game is on like the mainstream, so I don't have to do delay, which is quite nice actually.
Yeah. Gotcha. I can't stream normally, let alone with delay. That's just too much content. You can't even look at chat.
You just have to drop the like for fucking the 2-minute delayed responses to a question that someone's not even there anymore. Yeah.
And they've just dipped for some other reason.
Yeah, we tried to have a conversation with them about like with like Face It and stuff, and how like, because obviously the delay I think is very much like a carryover from like CS, because obviously if you don't stream with delay in CS, it's really easy just to cheat and read like the bomb site hold, you know, like, oh okay, we'll just go B here or something. But in Overwatch, I feel like even if you had
like first fire,
but yeah, maybe you could get the comp out of spawn or something, right? Like that would be like you could counter comp out of spawn on like control or something particularly.
You know what if it was like blanked out the comp at the start, and then as soon as you ran out of the spawn room you could see? Because I feel like that would be fine, because it's literally just like counter comping in the first fight, I think, is the problem. And then after that, like maybe it's just ults, but yeah, I mean in officials nobody can speak unless they're playing anyway, so
yeah. Well, I think as well, even with the ult charge, right, like I mean, you ult track, right? Would it actually help you to have a second monitor? Because even if there's no delay, there's still like a delay, right? From whatever there's it'll still be like 20, 30 seconds.
I would not. No, I wouldn't be able to do like both, to think about it and look. I think if it was like somebody else telling me in my ear, then that would be a different story. But
if like your coach just ult tracked for you, essentially,
yeah, then that would make it easier. But nah, if I had to look like 2 screens and do that, like I'm already like half AFK trying to ult track anyway, so I think I'd just be standing still thinking too much.
No, I need to update the results. Fuck. Fuck. I keep counting out Hypnos, and they just keep coming back. Like every
yeah. Wait, where did you put them on your tier list then?
Like 14th.
14th. Oh my god. Yeah, I think they've done a bit better than that.
Yeah, they might have blown that one, because I had Vendetta I had like Vendetta like 6th or something, because I thought the team looked quite good.
Yeah. But, no, it's the classic curse of like good players coming together and just, you know, getting out early.
Yeah, I mean they came together like pretty like, what was it? I think they like started scrimming like as Swiss started or something. So.
Yeah, I swear it was like they must not have scrimmed like that much at all.
No, and then I think it's like it's one of those ones where like we always used to say it in like London as well, where it's like it's so like even though it doesn't actually make any difference, it's so important we win some of these early games, because it just shifts the momentum so much. So when like they lose that first game to Hypnos, I was like, it's actually like such a boomer as well.
Yeah. I'm trying to find your rankings right now. Let's see.
It was like I think I put you guys like 9th or something. I said it was like 9th. It was 9th with the caveat, and I think you'd upset XO.
What?
So I actually I didn't expect it in the lower bracket. It's fucking the lower bracket of groups, to be fair, but I actually nailed that one, I think.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
Hypno's
I think you've backed us all right. You've always been a super shy believer to an extent, so that's fair. But yeah, I mean all the first matches today have just been like 3-0s, haven't they?
Oh, thank you, Carla. Yeah, it was a complete roll for like most teams really. I feel like there's still this like big tier gap between like TMVP, SSG, and ENT, which is really hard.
Yeah,
really hard to
I
close.
honestly, I thought the gap or the match between VP and who even was it? Oh yeah,
It was called
VP and
Aoma.
Aoma. Yeah, I thought that would at least be like a a 3-1 or. I wonder how close that actually was because I think VP feel like more exploitable than the other top teams, just because of the comps and stuff that they play. And Aoma's actually been doing decently. But
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's always this thing like when like an upset happens of like, is it the underdog team playing up or is like the top team just like kind of choking essentially? There's always a bit of like bit of column A, bit of column B. But I kind of feel like with that one, when I watched Gaming Gladiators, it was just like an almighty fumble, you know? Like it still felt like the dives weren't really working for Aoma that well, but they just Gladiators just found a way to lose every situation.
In Overwatch 2, I don't know if I just don't remember Overwatch 1 as well as I think I do, but it feels like there's so many more like opportunities for upsets. And I think it's just like when a team gets confidence, it's actually like the biggest thing because you just peak more, you just have more uptime. And because of that, I think it's just whichever team has more uptime like wins. It's like
I think as well,
it just feels like the biggest factor in this game.
I think as well, like I don't know if it's just the nature of like how OWCS works or what, but it feels like the meta's been way more open this entire year. Like whether that's because of it just being OWCS and there's a bigger range of teams, or because there's been like all these frequent patches. But like saying like Overwatch League, when it's just like, oh, it's going to be Winston, Anna Briggs, Sombra Tracer meta for like 6 months. So if you're not good at that comp,
right, actually,
if you're not good at that comp, you just shit for 6 months. It happened to like us on London. It happened to Toronto as well. And then you're just stuck into it. Whereas there's not been those big same stretches, you know. So there's more time for like. I mean, we even saw it in the series today, right? Like after watching today's, could you really say, oh, Winston's better than the Winston comps are better than the Ramatra comps? Really, like
yeah, there's definitely more like hero switches and stuff. And also like an underdog team will just come out with a random comp, and if the better team can't handle it, then it will just it will favor the underdog team. Because there's a lot of cases of that, I think, where it's just if how well a team can adapt.
Yeah, it gets harder as well when teams are playing so many comps because everything's just
all over
the place.
Counter comps and stuff.
Yeah. I'm looking at the energy shock or the energy times Ethereal game. We're just watching Malga versus Reinhardt as well, so it's like everything's on the table.
Literally every single brawl tank has been played on this map.
Yeah.
Well, in general, I'm pretty sure we've switched our preferred comps like every week at least, because either the meta will change or our preferences will change or anything. Like the SIG stuff we only started playing recently, and we used to play like a Queen comp on this map, but it's so much more diverse than it used to be. It's crazy looking back and seeing that GOATs ruled the game for however long. If you look at what it's like now.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. It's just crazy, really. Because I don't know. I mean, in reality, it probably is the balance patch, right? Maybe the balance patch, maybe a little bit the maps as well, right? In terms of being a bit more...
it's probably maybe how many heroes there are as well. And plus there's one less tank, so I think having that means, I don't know, I swear there's like maths in that somewhere. There's more...
Well, it's just more open now, right? Like, I think what would happen, like, if you played Winston D.Va would just be, like, everything would be... The nice thing about D.Va especially is you can just control so much of the map when it's your second tank, because that can just be her entire job. And then it just shuts down the ability to do loads of different things, whereas now everything's...
And D.Va's an off-tank is just, like, a saving grace so many times. Like, the jump from Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2 and just not having an off-tank to rely on.
Yeah, like
drastic change. Because you're just inting like all the time, whereas before you could, live through a DM or whatever.
Yeah, well, you notice these things, you just get really used to them. Like, I think we noticed it on London when we started leaning away from the Rhine comps, and it was suddenly like, oh, we're actually we're just feeding our brains out because we're so used to having a giant fucking shield in us on all our peak timings. You know, we can just peek for free, and there's like a 0% chance we get one shot or magic picked because unless Haddy just leaves his mouse and keyboard or something, we'll be fine. And then all of a sudden, when we're playing more like Ramatra and Orisa and these things, it's like, oh yeah, we need to actually fucking lock in, or we're just gonna be dead before each fight.
That's true. There is such a difference. Like, oh, I love Orisa. I wish Orisa was back to being meta. Like, new Orisa is actually so fun. I think that was definitely one of my favorite comps. It'd be like Orisa, Ashe, Tracer, Lucio Curio thing. Or Lucio Curio. But I don't know if Orisa will see the, any playtime anytime soon.
I don't know. I feel like it's low-key. It's actually fine into loads of these comps.
Yeah, I mean, everyone just threw her out. Like, she was just some old toy or whatever. She had one nerf, and then everybody was just like, nope, she's gone. It's the same with Soj, kind of. But I guess that's how quick the meta changes.
Are you getting this weird thing as well, where it's like if like the good Brawl teams are just playing Ramatra, and then if you're one of these teams who think like, oh, we need to start playing Brawl, we need to want to play better at Brawl, who should we copy? Well, let's copy like an SSG or something. Oh, they're playing Ramatra everywhere, so then it's easier to plug and play that and figure out like the slight differences with Orisa or something.
Yeah, I mean, that's always the case, where like we'll lose to a team on a comp that's, more meta, and you just be like, you might as well just play that comp, right? Or easier to understand or whatever, like, or if you see a better team playing it, then you can just VOD their thing.
Like just plug and play, yeah, just like,
exactly,
here's how I do this, here's how I do that type thing.
And I miss our replay viewer. Those Chio VODs were like gold dust. But...
All right. The game is starting. Toronto are underway, so I'm gonna love you and leave you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna lock in.
All good, man.
Appreciate it, though. Best of luck at uni and everything.
No, cheers, man. All right. See you in a bit.
Cheers, man. Take care. All right. Nice of Sobek to stop in. Shame to see he's quitting, but I'm sure he'll do well at university. Can you ask Danny to ask Cass to ask Adam to go back to the Ultra branding? Not right now, Mask. Not right now. All right, let's lock in for this, though. So, CSM actually had a pretty good performance, I think, in group stage. Looks a little bit more threatening, maybe against, I think it was NRG, if my memory serves me correctly. But this is now a pretty good situation. Do I want to join as main support? Yeah, I can't super wall ride, and I can't super hit loads of shots. But if that's, as long as that stuff's not a problem, then I'm in. Alright, so Kiri Lucio versus Anna Briggs. So, yeah, if you weren't here earlier, word on the street, maybe not even the street, word everywhere is Toronto on top. So, it might just be, might just be a lot of this, and Nano Primal, a classic, right? We saw a lot of EMEA teams doing this, but none of them fucking look like this, did they? And you know what the key difference here is? And I know what a lot of you are thinking, but it's not what you think. But it's actually the AMD processor that someone has. And you can just see the difference it makes when these primals. Like, I guarantee you, 100% Theomatic doesn't have an AMD processor. And you can just see an immediate huge difference here for someone. Now TSM do have a... yeah, the Bell Internet too, right? You saw Sobek. Sobek obviously had that issue where he disconnected and lost beat. Sobek does not have Bell Internet. Alright, and despite having this massive ult advantage, despite the Primal going in, the Bob seems to have countered all of it. Not a chance to use no support ults. They only lose RuPaul, so they can go pick him up. We'll be back to the fight a little bit slow, so maybe can't hit a super early timing, anything like that. No, it's not the place of birth. It's a processor gap. All right, coming coast. Both support ults available here. Not great ults really for Toronto to deal with this. Vega can maybe live a little bit once he gets up to this rally, but Pulse Bomb's variant. Oh, it's a Kitsune Jax. The Fox just come out. Lep's gonna beat as well. So both support ults used super early here. Now Vega drops Bash onto the Lucio. Lep in big trouble. does skirt away, but Sugar Free's done damage to the rest of them. And this is what Sugar Free does best, as teams try and push, as they try and get damage onto RuPaul and Vega. Sugar Free is always there, taking people down. Can you explain how to tell how good someone is, just as a viewer? It's a lot of small things. Obviously, like, the aim is part of it, right? But just their decision-making in these moments, right? You'll notice that, like, say, like, maybe the obvious example, like, the most disparate gap that we see is, like, in primal usage. Between, say, some of the ones we've seen in EMEA or other teams on North America and some of the Korean ones. And it's just how they set these situations up for themselves, right? So I think it's harder to tell, but I think most of the time, like, I think if you're really starting, you want to watch someone and learn. Most of the time, and I think Hydron talks about this. I think other players talk about this. Most of the way people start improving is they just watch someone who's, like, particularly good. So maybe, like, the easy answer is just to pick someone like Toronto or SSG, teams that are obviously very good, or Crazy Raccoon, right? Watch what they do, watch their decisions, and then copy them. You don't even need to necessarily understand exactly why it's good or exactly why they do things. That'll maybe come in time, and if you start trying to make the same decisions. But if you just start copying the decisions, chances are you'll start learning things about why they make them in that moment, and why they're good. Generally, like, if you want to talk about just, like, when watching Overwatch, or, like, watching, like, a game, it's mainly you can mainly tell if you're watching better Overwatch or worse Overwatch by just how the fights are won, right? Do you see a lot of ults exchanged before something goes wrong, or does somebody just die before the fight, right? If you watch the EXO game that me and Hunter casted from Face It, you would have seen a lot of EXO just dying before the fight, which just made the whole game feel a little bit untidy. Whereas I feel like when we watch Toronto here, we're going to see very few of these Toronto players just die before anything really happens. We're going to see them get to use their cooldowns how they want. We're going to see them get to use their ults how they want. And as you can see here, they do give a flip here, but someone finds a timing to drop into Chopper. Bit of a weird comp to play into the Winston. I think in theory TSM should actually have comp advantage, but sometimes when a team is really good, they're just really good. And oh, they do find a trade there, but Merit's going to trade. They'll get RuPaul, but the cost is their entire team as Merit takes everyone's heads off. And now another bubble onto Sugar Free, so Chopper will not be getting this trade. And alright, nice and easy for Toronto so far. Bit of a clinic. No ults used thus far as they're at 41%. Support ults coming up for TSM. Vega will have the beat to match in time. Might just be a start, bubble in this Blade for Sugar Free, try and force this early beat out, and then Vega can have a later beat. Could even just be a window as they come through the choke here to make sure they hold point, put them on the back foot. And there it is, the Blade round the corner, looking for the Lucio, not allowing Lep to beat. No Suzu available, doesn't get the beat off. You see RuPaul actually jumped through the window on that timing as well. Really nice little set play from Toronto there for RuPaul to go through the window over top so he can keep pocketing Sugar Free on the engage. And because he comes from that flank angle, just no one's there able to punish him or get any damage on him, and they remain in control. They have all their ults, and it might just be a Florida classic combo here: a window and a grav. Florida used to do this all the time a little bit, so for Zarya with Bram. But actually, it's just going to be a high-in swing with a bubble. The beat to save Merit. Pulse bomb onto Merit. He will eventually die. But they've had to invest everything into killing Merit. And, well, that just leaves, again, wide open for Sugar Free for these late kills. And not too much trouble at all, hey? Not too much trouble at all. Oh, wait, I didn't do my Preds for North America. Is it too late? Wait, let's let this round finish out of respect. Because they actually... Oh, I look away for a second and Toronto have died. Grav comes out and there's no follow-up. And all of a sudden, mistakes. Mistakes from Toronto. Didn't see how those two players went down. I honestly thought it was over. I honestly thought they had it, but I called it too soon. Sugar Free will be going on to Reaper now. So a very similar style here where Sugar Free is going to get a load of the bubbles and resources. But now the Reaper a little bit more adapted at fighting the Winston than a Genji is. So you see Sugar Free look for those timings. Someone is at high charge, will burn through this bubble. Pressure onto Icy. No No primal or anything, so has to back up. Still Chopper's trying to keep them in check, but here comes Sugar-Free, Wraith in, another bubble potentially, and Merit and RuPaul. Just so much damage plowing forward here. And they've just bulldozed them, so a little bit of a reprieve for TSM, but I don't know if they get the touch here. They're chasing down, yeah, they're chasing down Lep, he can't get it. 2-0 for Toronto. And I know the first map has gone, but we'll do a few little preds. I know the first map has gone here, but I don't think it will trade my preds, if I'm being honest with you. And I'm always honest with you. I'm sometimes misinformed, but I'm always honest. We'll do a quick break while that goes on as well, and we can check in on some of the other games. Let me just get scores, preds. Alright, so we're getting those EMEA ones out of the way. We'll get a few spoilers in terms of how this has started, but Toronto will 3-0 TSM. Nightmare, I think they 3-0. Citrus, Nightmare 2. NRG, 3-0. Timeless, Ethereal. Have I spelled that right? I sure have. Then, maybe this is a 3-1 against Fluffy Dreamland. There we go. Alright, Preds are locked in. What channel are all Nillies on? Hunter's got one of them, right? Is Avast in one, or is he just on the mainstream? Or alright, just a first point and a bit there. Who else am I missing? Avast is mainstream. Is this for the pinned message? Oh, really? Oh, sorry. It was the prediction had come up instead. Let me view the pinned messages. There we go. BPL2. Oh, I should be following BPL2. Maybe it's further down the old list. BPL2. Is it all the way down here? Wait, there it is. I got it. I got it. All right. I just see Doomed in an Anna punching a guy in the face. Let's lock into 1-2 while we wait for this game to start.
AJ already has the Nano Boost though, and this is basically the last fight. If they win this fight, it will be over. It will be the map. Nano Boost goes on to Infected. Finally though, Jacob lands a flail.
Nightmare
so essential for countering
there.
out these Nano Winston turns. So really hard carry there from Jacob. Dynamite on the high ground from Seeker though. Again, so trusty. He always manages it. Infected, 91% on the Primal Rage. Strider's fighting him, but Infected, the second he builds up this Primal Rage, he is going to be going deep with it. And that is it's going to be a C9. You love me. I appreciate that. Which team is edging harder? Nobody edges harder than NTMR. Nobody edges harder than NTMR. But absolute goodness.
An edge gap.
All right, let's fix up the assets again.
All right. Wait, this was getting cast as well.
They're gonna clean things up. And after all of that,
CoStream of Trump when? Which game is Trump watching?
Yeah, it's definitely a difficult situation here for Fluffy Dreamland. Now with only 90 seconds left, they do have 4 ultimates in the bank here compared to Timeless's 3. But the ultimates that Timeless had can still make an impact. Bob, for instance,
what's for predictions? 99%. Someone's got a quarter mil on Toronto. Oh, Ymir loves to milk a quarter mil.
Keep this hold for their own, but Chime is looking for this flank. So is Haven. They are looking to try and take this objective before the fight even begins.
Yeah, and it's gonna be a rough situation regardless. You can see it ended up going over down. Like, slept.
Chime's taken for a ride.
And then is not gonna be able to do anything. And now, Proto in the background just trying to survive. It's just keep having Kappa on them the entire time. They know they don't have the sleep either. They're trying to help each other. Both are extremely low, trying to keep each other alive. They'll be able to do so, but the damage has been done already. You managed to force out the rally. Astro is back in the spawn room right now. I mean, Timeless just is not giving them an inch to work with.
Well,
looking full holdy, isn't it?
there to Grapes, which means that Fluffy Dreamland do have all 5 of their
oh, Visions in the middle, no man's land. Maybe they found a way through.
The opportunity is wide open now.
Doomed has copy. Oh, Astro gets punished. Wait. Haven's got the pulse. It's not quite over yet. Not quite over yet.
Doom has this copy. Kappa's gonna be able to re-stabilize. And for Fluffy Dreamland, you literally have nothing to work with.
Oh, Doom doesn't get the copy off.
And Doom gets taken out, and now they just need to re-stabilize, come onto another target because Lucamino sitting alone as they're waiting.
Kuff can get one more touch if he really wants, but they don't have nano or anything yet.
I don't know if they're even gonna get a retouch here.
Nope, they said they
What do we got? What do we got map-wise? Iconwold?
Maybe
Maybe TSM are an Iconwold team? You can see them going down.
But definitely was a little bit risky there for Fluffy Dreamland. Yes, they were able to save on those ultimates. Yes, they used them in the crucial times, and they were able to exploit Timeless's mistakes. But still, one thing goes differently there, and we might be looking at an entirely different situation. But still, for now though, it's Fluffy Dreamland pushing through the street space. But Timeless have the tools
to get a lifeline
wherever they.
NRG. In a very, very deja vu situation here. Bun needs to live, cannot live. Saw he'll die on point. The hold will be good. Hold will be good. The Kelamba gang. Would I choose against someone? Fuck. I don't know. Probably Brawl. Probably Brawl. I think, like, actually, if I can force... The problem is... Oh, wait. We're going to get this one starting. The problem is, I think what you want to do if you want to beat Toronto is you want to force them into some kind of brawl mirror, like a full fucking Ram-Bap Lucio type thing. And May as well. If you can get like a May matchup, I think you can take Toronto. The problem is Toronto might just play like the Malga version of a comp, and even on maps like Shambali, right? Because Shambali would be a map that would really come to the forefront of your mind if you're talking about trying to force a brawl matchup. But Toronto won't play it there. I'm pretty sure Toronto will just play like Winston and a Ralari or something. So you don't even get the matchup you want, even if you take them to a map where in theory it's a little bit vulnerable. So we'll see the Orisa start here from the Toronto Defiant. So I think the plan very much for someone here is to play Toronto and transition into a Winston once they get to second point. Maybe even transition back to the Orisa here. So we're talking a little bit. We're talking with Sobek about it a little bit actually, about how I think Orisa might be a little bit undervalued. Orisa kind of okay into everything, and maybe a relatively safe start choice. So far, just holding on point. Someone trying to gatekeep both the left and the right hand side. They've got Sugar Free above on the Farah too. Oh, Rocket just catch RuPaul in the face. Takes a pack and will be okay. And someone's been bullied back here. They have to nade to try and keep someone up. Rotation away from the danger here. RuPaul goes left. They get back into this and they're going to swing back out on this far left side. Trying to keep the space, keep it open here. King's coming to challenge Sugar Free. Contained for now as someone will continue to contest point. Merit's going to swing the same side as Sugar Free right now. Try and get that Farah out. Merit and Vega have now taken this side. Icy will respond, doubling down, trying to go in aggressive. They all bash back. Someone's going to try and punish that Diva aggression. Vega has backed up right now. They're trying to peek. They'll force Icy back to point. They have conceded a tick here. Someone down to half HP. Defensive nade again to keep someone up here. And Merit swung back. As you saw Vega and Merit get pushed out on that side by Icy. And then the immediate re-push from Merit and Vega. And you'll see all good hit scans do this. All good teams do this. You get pushed out aside as hit scan. Just re-peek it as soon as possible. That difference in time being as low as possible between you're forced out of an area, you re-peek it, or you find another peak angle. Absolutely massive. And we see Merit really putting that into practice here. And it allows them to hang on with just one tick. T7's main support before LEP was Magic Mateball. Right, trying to pocket through. They now have a Kitsune rush to go through here, Renko. Chancer using this one to force the objective. Might just be a nano onto someone here, but no, it's for Farah, and oh my god, Renko is deleted. Look away for a second, and you've lost your support, and Sugar Free now looking. Trying to hit the upwards rockets. Can't find them. Chases King back to spawn. King will get out, and they will get reset, and it's a single ult used and a fight win. And now, Sugar Free, I think we know what's in store next. A sneaky barrage. Obviously, Matrix and Suzu, all good things to deal with it. And oh, Icy's going to find him. Can he get out? Of course he can. Farah's got every single movement ability in the world. They'll pocket him out. They'll bob through, actually, to try and shoo him off. So, actually, catching Sugar Free early has forced out a bob for free on the TSM side. So, ult advantage now coming back for TSM. We saw them fail to convert this on Mecha base. They'll have to do better here. And it was Renko dying immediately as he used the Kitsune rush on that one. Coming through the choke. Someone looking for the backline. Just onto the Diva, though. Someone's going to take a chunk of damage as this rally comes in. They've caught King during all of this somehow, some way. Terror Surge on the top. Trying to deal with this Diva who is just zipping around. But it doesn't matter. They're all over him at the choke. The bomb comes out. Icy's going to try and get back into mech. Rocket's actually found 2 during this, but someone has ran into Lep. And the Toronto backline stands strong. Even catches... Oh, Rocket! A single HP or 2. And there we go. 20 seconds left on the clock. They do have beat advantage here, and Barrage using this in TSM. They can maybe even use both. Sugar Free looking for it though. Catches Renko with it. Will get pocketed through. Now they're looking for it. It has to be a beat back. Doesn't catch Rocket, but a chance to Barrage here. Someone's trying to keep his eyes on that Farah. Trying to play to get the cancel. Sugar Free also challenging King Barrages just to win the 1v1. But they see 9. Oh, look how close all the TSM players were to it. That was actually the fight. That was the fight. They had all the ults. They had all the ults. They had like 3 people around point. God damn it. Yeah, you said it, Swagasaurus. You really subscribed to make sure you had the C9 emo, and well, there it is. Game's actually bugged. He was on. He does look pretty on. Because he even gets javelined here, right? Oh, have they just been scammed? Because he even gets javelined and he still looks on point. Fuck, robbed. Yeah, because the javelin hits, which in theory knocks him back, but even after taking out javelin, he still looks pretty clearly on point. What is it? The cap zone's just not where you think it was? It's just not accurate to... When you say it's not accurate, you mean it's not accurate to, like... The markings on point are something like this, but the actual cap zone is just, like, slightly smaller than it or something. 2-0 timeless as well. NRG is up 2-2. Well, it's, we've seen a few 3-0s before, right? Oh, the time is the fake part. Oh, okay. Wait, I look away for a second and Toronto have just wandered their way onto point here. Fuck. Toronto sweep. No reaction. I was literally reading chat. We can go back and watch it. Oh, fuck's sake. No way he's peeking here. What a fucking dickhead. It's actually criminal. It's actually criminal. Oh. Deserve to lose. Deserve to lose. If you do that, you deserve to lose. Such an avoidable situation, no? So avoidable. No reason to peek, no need to peek. You'd only peek if you're an absolute prick. Steel Hunters filler content? What is it? I'm clicking it. Oh, is this the player matchup thing? I swear I've played this before. Or is it something else? If only they had Orange. Mentality was go next. I mean, I guess the important one, because we can look at the bracket, right? Let's see what else is going on. Timeless up 2-0. Looks like Nightmare. Alright, actually, to be fair, Citrus Nightmare doesn't look like a cap in second here, maybe. Or maybe, what if Admiral just goes off? Fuck it. Oh. Oh, he's got the team names the wrong way around. But alright, yeah, actually kind of cruising on that attack. What are we here? Map 3 about to start on to Suravasa here. Circuit Royale in that one. Let's see what he's
teammates,
yapping
I'm gonna
about.
have to swap them back at the side switch anyway. So what's the fucking point, you know? The sides do switch afterwards, right? Or is that Kappa? That could be Kappa. I think
Kappa.
that might be a lie.
That's,
By the way,
he's lying to us.
Infected now posturing up on the high ground. So many ultimates to play with for NTMR. Infected can go deep with the Primal, get a nano boost on the way out again. There's no chance. Oh, you're checking my commands in chat. Good luck with that one, mate. All right. Now, let's just see. 3-car push again and again for NTMR. It's been really difficult on this defense after the first point. No luck at all for Citrus when it comes to car control. Big nade on the high ground though. Neutral hitting
It's a quote.
and that's going to cost them nothing. That's going to cost them Striders.
Fitz is probably just sitting somewhere.
It's just going to keep on rolling.
Just chilling at home in Korea,
Citrus,
and then
they
just
have to
a
back up.
cold
They have to play it slow.
shudder went
Infected,
over
he's
him.
cautious. He doesn't want to waste his ult. He knows that the cart is pushing for free right now. There's actually Chronic under so much pressure, just alive. Throws out the bomb and then gets traded by the Primal Rage. Tap in the corner, being chased down. He gets back into spawn, but things are not looking good for Citrus Nightmare
There's a Bob
whatsoever.
to
Bob
finish it
comes
now.
out from Seeker in main, and that Bob can see the cart. Strider now coming out onto the objective, but Pulse Bomb from Zero gets a kill onto neutral. Both supports dead for Citrus, and NTMR, they're in pole position. There's almost no chance of a recontest here for
Nightmare,
Citrus.
sweet.
And here we are, a full push for NTMR.
Nice shot for Jacob and all of that. Kellen Ball. You get it. PG in on Tracer. Finally some PG Tracer. He's literally killing the lobby. By which I mean, he's killed a low health Winston. What do we got here? Timeless are playing Dive on Circuit Royale? Fuck me. Surely it's actually beefable for Timeless, maybe. We'll wait and see. It's kind of just like an obnoxious ult comp, though, with the Nano Farah, the EMP, and all of this. We'll see. We'll see. Still waiting for the other one to start. PG in on Tracer. PG, it'll be fine. I think all of these are super 3-0-able. You're to bet on every first round? Oh, you're probably sitting pretty for that one, Mapinlo. Sitting pretty right there. Oh, and these ults are connecting. Alright, nothing starting on the main thing. Oh my god. And this is the idea from a Timeless comp, right? Just have the ults to win these fights. Doom now going to be literally camping the spawn with Barrage, so that should be a free cap. Are they going to leave anyone on cart? Alright, it'll be Lucamino's job. Do you hold for Zeta, though? Oh, what, you mean the game tomorrow? Maybe. Welcome back, Zimzif. You've not missed all that much. Yeah, looking like 3-0s across the board, actually, GB. Vision will just wait for Aaron to be back from this EMP, you'd imagine. Let me get my channel points. Nice. Oh, looking for it. Kitsune Rush first. My cover's dead. Oh, they're shit in the bed, maybe. Maybe, just maybe, they're shit in the bed. Sounds like we're starting. New Queen Street. King is coming in for Chopper, so double flex DPS. And I guess they're going to try and beat Toronto on Toronto. Yeah, Juby's right. That's the way to go about it. If you ever get these cash out options, just what you can always do is cash out a portion of it as well, right? Just cash out like a decent chunk and leave like a $5 on it or something, you know? Slow on Preds? Alright. All right, Queen now from TSM, and then more of this Zarya Genji. I don't really know how. I've not really seen Zarya into Junker Queen all that much. My instinct would be, as long as the Zarya can get energy, she can bubble the slashes, Zarya should have pretty reasonable advantage against this Queen. We'll wait and see if that comes through to transpire. They're still mainly bubbling Sugar Free, but he is forced out there. Vegas somehow first picked Chopper, which seems unlikely, but the facts are quite literally in front of our face. Tracer pressure comes in from Rocket on the side. They deal with that. Lep's going to get caught in the aggression as well. They're just doubling down, seeing what they can get. Icy has managed to connect with RuPaul, but might cost him everything here. There we go. We'll get cleaned up. Just Renko left. Still smiling, but will be respawning. And a quick first point. They'll go and pick up the traded RuPaul, who's come back on Kiri as well. Alright, Ampin, Sugar Free going through, forces a big Suzu out, and the shout. Vega's going to beat to keep going now. Someone's just trying to walk in, happy to just focus this Queen. Finishes it off thanks to it. Thanks to Merit. The stick doesn't land. Someone will make sure he keeps onto all of this energy, and oh, this could be a quicken. A quicken? Quickie. Either way, it's going to be fast, right? Going to be a rapido. An easy day for Toronto. What do I do if a mod is spamming chat? You probably beat him up at LAN, Coleman. A lot of people in chat are always talking about how they're going to Stockholm, so you can really maybe try and introduce a sort of see you at LAN type dynamic into the chat. Now, it feels like Mapino wants to start a fight. This Rampage is actually good, though. Such a powerful ult. They used the beat aggressively in the previous fight, of course, near Toronto, so they didn't have it to deal with that one. Promoting violence? Nope. Nope, not promoting it. Just saying it's always a possibility. Yeah, can we get the moderator weigh in before Stockholm? see what weight classes we're working with. Oh, okay, catches the Ash. Probably not super worth it, really. Especially, oh, they lose Vega as well, but trade's going to cost them. And they've lost control of a robot here. Toronto making a meal of this. Making sure we get our money's worth. Oh, post bomb's wide from Rocket. Doesn't connect onto Merit here, and they are low on ults here, Toronto. But Icy's just gone down. Oh, we've had a translation error here between America and or between the Americans, or what's it called, the metric system. You weighed myself. Only in stone. Need a stone measurement, or I don't know what the number means. Need that stone on the go. Meanwhile, Vega's got another beat. Last one was used aggressively. Chance to do the same. Might combine that with Blade. Look for the finisher. Renko's Kitsune Rush will give him a decent chance, but using it to peel can be a bit awkward sometimes. A Bob to start it. Awfully early. Vega's going to beat through. Eyes on Sugar Free now if he drops the Blade, but they lose Merit on the way in. A single hit scan for a hit scan trade. And they've stolen the robot and ran away again. This keeps happening to Toronto. No, for no Tracer, it's causing him a problem, but they punish Rocket for his crimes against Toronto. Now they're trying to chase down the rest of these kills. If they get out, it's really okay, TSM. Just need to be careful not to stagger, because someone and Sugar Free looking for more options. Kitsune Rush comes out, exchanged by both Kiris now. Queen should benefit from that quite a lot. Sugar Free does have the Blade. Maybe waiting for the next bubble timing. Has the chance to pull the trigger. Spots the Ash. And there we go. One more dash in. Chases through. Nice, easy kill. Again, the robot's sort of being stolen here, which will cause Toronto some problems. But Sugar Free gets one more slash onto the Queen. Finishes that off. But doesn't finish that off, actually. There we go. There we go. The kills are coming. Nightmare smash for Frio already? Fucking hell. Someone's now got Grav. You will expect maybe Grav, Sojourn finishes. For Rampage was a timing Icy found success with before. Can look to connect it again, but the Grav only onto Rocket. Just takes the single kill. Icy can still feel pretty comfortable to hit this one if he sees the opportunity. A Suzu first would be the dream. They lose Lep. They lose Icy. Arson, Ajax, Lep! Shubao Lep! And that's a full cap instead. So Toronto on top. To the surprise of maybe literally no one. Maybe literally no one. Alright. Should we see what else is going on? Because that was not all that close. NRG victory, I think. This is what this screen tells me. Looks like this game's over as well. Nightmare Frio. Then just on Timeless now to round us out. Where am I going? Let's crank this down.
We'll get taken care of it.
Oh, let's see if not on that. Okay, let me update my results while we do this. We can tap into this game a little bit. Results. North America. So Toronto, Frio, TSM, and then Nightmare, Frio, Frio, Citrus, Nightmare, and what was the other one I'm forgetting? NRG, Frio, Timeless, Ethereal. Okay. All right. Scrolling results updated. Just one more map to be happy. Yeah, I never went this extreme with any of my bets on the 3-0, but I should still... I'd do all right, I think. I'll do all right. All right, window out now. Oh, Haven with the one tap onto Vision. Nano Barrage comes through in the end. Traits only one. They need only value out of this Kuffa Primal, but Beat keeps everybody safe. Now they're walking onto Squid, trying to boot this Orisa off the map. The Orisa will go! Kuffa saves himself too, still getting pocketed. Bubble now onto the Mei. Kitsune Rush came out from Luke Minnow and all of that, and they will be able to pocket everyone through. The Mei ult, Chime can't find anything. They hold strong. Oh, nice. Thanks for sorting the Preds. The next game should be... We should know it already, right? It'll be TSM versus... Which side of the brackets? TSM versus Citrus Nightmare. Alright, coming through the high ground. Clearing the space. I hope one of the Nightmare teams won. Thanks, Flack.
I hope one of the NTMR teams won.
Yeah, well, I heard it was a pretty one-sided affair, actually. Pretty one-sided affair for the big boys. And to be fair, it's been pretty one-sided affairs across the board here. I think we're going to get our final one-sided affair coming to an end relatively soon. Squid's nearly going to be at another Nano, Barrage, and Primal mid-fight. All that could maybe upset it is if Doom didn't in spawn, but he's gonna avoid that. You think Fluffy versus Timeless Ethereal? Do you think? I don't know. Maybe I'm buying into the SK propaganda, but I'm kind of buying into the Ethereal hype a little bit. All right, Primal into the spawn. Kuffa. Oh, knocks him all the way back in. Squid will finish that one for him. Echo on the point. No copy for Chime. No hope for Chime. Taken out of the sky by Luke. And Timeless 3-0 as well. Tidy. Let me update the results then. We'll cop a cheeky break. And then we'll get ready for our lower bracket. Because we'll normally get a little bit of a delay before these games. We'll get the Doom play of the game. But that was obviously Timeless, 3-0 in, Fluffy, Dreamland. There we go. Cool. Am I missing any results? Did I get... I got all of the EMEA ones. Okay. Hunter was right. This is way more professional. What's he up to? Oh, we're locked in. He's catching up on the Toronto game. He did not miss much. He did not miss much. All right. So yeah, TSM versus Citrus Nightmare. All right. I'm going to go... how tall am I? 5'11". So I guess just about like... I guess that's around about average height. You feel shorter? I'm always sitting down. All right, a few minutes. All right, let me cop an advert break then. We'll maybe sync back up with Hunter at some point once he gets himself off that delay. And we can watch for lower bracket games where it feels like maybe something will happen. I am going to Stockholm, yeah. Going to Stockholm. All right, let me run an ad while I'm away. Then we can lock in for these next games. If someone wants to start for Preds and update the title and all that, I'll be really happy about that. So be right back, everyone.
looked away in disgust. I'm sorry, what just happened? Steve, look at the health bars just trickling down.
They're running out of time.
Beautiful boot from Junbin. Oh my word. Oh, they're making the hard work.
Look at that shoe coming in with the nano 2. This might just be enough.
Did I miss much? Miss much? Oh. All right, I'm back. I'm back. I'm locked in. We're waiting for our next matches, so I should probably do some kind of predictions, I reckon. Oh. I've not seen the Champions League scores. Was there a major upset? Let me do... Where am I going? My predictions. It were Hydron Inception. BPL have taken a rest. Now they've provided the coverage for everyone. Cheeky refresh. Oh, the games, not the scores. No, I've not seen the... No, I didn't see the draw, no. Preds now. TSM. I think 3-1 Nightmare. And... Do I actually believe... Maybe I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Timeless Ethereal. Maybe free true. Fluffy. Dreamland. Maybe that's cope. Maybe that's inaccurate, but... We'll see if it comes to pass, right? We'll see if it comes to pass. What do you mean misspoke? What are you saying? Let me do it. Champions League draw. Oh, are we going into the league? Oh, wait. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, these are just for pots? Somebody, does anyone understand what I'm looking at? Citrus got this low key. You just know him. You just know. Honestly, Flack, you might be biased. You might be biased in this one. Each team plays 8 games. Oh, so it's like 9. Fucking hell. It's just so hard to... Need to cop a zoom on this. Alright. Fuck, there's gonna be so many games, isn't there? So these are the fixtures. What do I just want? Not pots. Business. Oh, okay, so you play each team once, some home, some away. Oh, okay, I see. Alright, so it's a little bit harder to interpret. Thank you, T-Pex. T-Peaks? T-Peaks? Fuck. That's a little bit confusing. The groups always felt... We'll see how it feels, right? But the groups always felt a little bit more life and death when it was just like the 4-person group. You also don't play anyone from your league? Oh, as in from your domestic league. Oh, okay. Where's Luton Town? I've got terrible, terrible news for you. Luton Town are not gonna be in this setup. All right. Hard to pass judgment because there's so many fixtures and everything. I guess we'll see how it goes, right? We'll see how it goes. My instinct is that actually the group stage would just have been more exciting, like for 4-team groups. We'll see how it goes. We'll give them a chance, I guess, at least. We do get to see them play a larger variety of teams. But I guess it means, like, upsets and results mean a little bit less, right? Like, suddenly if you're in groups and you drop a map to fucking Spartak Moscow... Drop a map. Drop a match to Spartak Moscow or something. All of a sudden, you've then got, like, a really high-stakes game if you've got, like, I don't know, like Chelsea and Milan in the same group or something. There's, like, loads of pressure on that game. But that doesn't happen in this system. So we'll see if Flak's premonition comes to pass. Let's see. All right, Busan first map. Let's crank this back up. We got our Preds going. We got everything locked in and ready to go. Stream title up today. TSM vs Citrus Nightmare. I think we're ready to go. Going Busan first map. And I have to say, I think I'm TSM pilled. I guess for both teams, they've just come off a pretty one-sided loss. Okay, here we go. Gates opening. Again, not having a stroke, just a blurry left-hand side of your screen. So if anyone thinks they're having a stroke, you're probably fine. If you are actually having a stroke, then we'll pour one out for you later on. And it's going to be ball start for this one, so Strider. So we saw Strider have a pretty rough start when we last watched him play in the group stage. And then sort of brought it back a little bit on ball. So we'll see how he starts here. Into the Diva and a Brig, a difficult composition to play ball into. Slam comes through. Loses half his HP. So far, we just have Icy Anchor in point here, and probably quite happy to do now. Just let your Anna and Brig play. Now Strider's going to come in, makes a play. Looking for the sleep here, and there is the sleep. Damage onto Strider, not all that much. Just gets to the Mega. Nade wasn't available. We saw a lot of Annas who have played against Ball, because we've seen a fair amount of Ball in play these last couple of weeks. Actually saving that nade for the conversion kill onto the Ball. Not there in the case of Renko on that one. And they do get first flip, actually, Citrus Nightmare. Now pressure onto Icy from all angles. They'll try and pocket Icy out. Keeping point in their control here. No ults just yet. Renko getting ever closer to that Nano, but probably want to drop it onto Icy, which means Icy's going to go aggressive onto this back Brig, and they do get the flip as a result, and Strider's going to die. That time the nade is converted. They still have the Nano, but they won't need it. They can run over the backline now. Nowhere for Jacob to go. And TSM in control. They'll even stagger out the Baptiste a little bit here. Pulse Bomb available for Rocket. Chopper available... Oh, Bob available for Chopper. No ults just yet for Citrus Nightmare. Strider coming through the left-hand side, just onto the Ash. Trying to take some attention. Needs Tap to try and find a way to combine with him here. Is Tap ready? Tries to bait out the Sleep. Sleep's missed now. Now a chance for Strider off this Mega to try and play. Renko's pushed back into the corner. He's back in the corner. They've got a lot of space, a lot of time on point, but now Icy's coming back with this Nano. Oh, the anti's hit as well from Renko. Massive anti. They've lost Rocket for it, though, so it's just a one-for-one trade. Pulse Bomb is good, but the rally's there to save Lep. Keeps him up. Can't do much with this rally other than live, though. We'll be able to stabilize, and Jacob with a chance to push with rally advantage right now. He's going to just get onto point. They're still dealing with Strider in the backline here. Window onto point to try and force it. Strider's awfully low. Anti comes in. Strider has to be careful. They lamp Strider out. Now the Bob comes in from Chopper to keep this contest going. TSM still in control of point, remember. The rally from Jacob again. Not really a great opportunity to push with it here. Used mostly just to stabilize. Strider's now made this move for backline. Is going to be slept. Does get the shields off and will get away, but now the Bob from Chronic, they have to try and flip on this timing. Strider's mined the backline too. Boot back in on this Ash, and Chopper is exposed. Tap will finish that one for him. They have combined. The Bob finishes off Lep. They just about give a retake right at the end here. And they're now in a situation... where they have control of point, but they don't have all that much to use. Nano timing coming up soon again from Renko. Expect this very much to go the way of Icy. Dynamite onto Chopper. They anticipate the flag and the slam. Oh, the timing's right there. Chopper was trying to get a bit of an angle, a bit of space. They find it. They get the nade onto Strider. They can't punish the kill. Lamp from neutral does get everyone else out of that, and it'll be a quick reset here as they wait for Chopper. If they can try and go right side already, they might just keep committing with this. They chase out Tap. Strider's behind again. Rocket will shoot him away for now. Has his pulse bomb too. And Strider's going to try and fight him here. Rocket will blink away. Has now turned this into a flank of his own. The Nano's coming from Icy, but obviously Rocket is just getting distracted by Strider. Not really in the fight at all. Rocket now combines. They're all over this, trying to eat the heals. Icy going between damage and heals. Not quite getting it. Finally gets it. But they've lost Renko in all of this. The backline's now exposed. Lep's going to try and rally and live with Chopper, but Lep dies shortly after the rally. A disaster, and Citrus Nightmare, a great chance to take this opening round. Now post bomb from Rocket means it might not be over yet. Icy has bomb to get back in mech here too. Will be there. Rally over the top from Jacob. Icy going to try and stall this one out as long as possible. Looking for the bash onto the baby. Deny the remake. Cannot deny the remake. Icy gets back into it. Not over yet. Mine's coming through on point soon for Strider, I think. Back to one more neutral. No ults on the side of TSM. Lep's on Lucio to get back fast here. Here come the mine. Slam will come in. Onto Lep. Pocket comes through. Nade to make sure he stays up, but doesn't catch Strider, so he's back to point. Neutral about to have window. Could it be the finisher? Icy just trying to avoid all these mines. Most of the mines are on the roof, though, so easy enough to avoid. Now the Bob comes back out in response. Sleep onto the Bob. Window comes through. Icy chooses not to go through it. Just going to try and play slow and anchor point, but Strider in the back line. Tap and Strider are behind. They've demeched Icy on point, and they're falling apart on all sides here, TSM. Coming back through, pulse bomb available, but it's just a last desperate touch for Lep. He's 1 HP. He's burning to death. And Citrus Nightmare. Citrus Nightmare back on top. Back to it, Hunter, mate. Back to it. No rest for the wicked. Do you need to be... Let me start my Chrome. I can get a knock going.
I can click knock.
I need my... Hold on. I need my Chrome open, though, because I use Edge, and Edge is unknockable.
I see. No knocking.
Yeah, there's no door on Edge, so there's nothing to knock upon.
Yeah. Not ideal. Not ideal. I need to sync up with you, because I think I 2x'd it. So what time are you at right now?
Just prepare to attack. 1 second. Attacking now.
Oh,
28,
okay,
27.
I'm at 16. Tell me when you get to 16.
All right, I'll wait a bit before I start counting again. All right. 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, Cheers. 13.
Yeah.
Based.
We're back. Yeah, we're so back. Who taught you that word? Based.
Probably one of the London guys, inevitably.
Yeah, just egregious use of that. Absolutely.
What do you
egregious.
mean?
You sounded like such an old man saying that.
What do you
unreal.
mean? Why not? I'm allowed to use the word. You don't own the word. It's not your word.
It's not a matter of ownership. It's just a matter of quality of use, and it definitely sounds old. It sounds so old. Do you think Citrus are going to win this one? I'm going to be honest. I feel like TSM looks so fucking rocky. And the fact that they can't play Winston into it, it's going to be super dodge. Because Citrus just plays Wrecking Ball everywhere.
I don't know. It felt like... And I'm all still back and forth. I thought CSM actually looked pretty good. You know, I don't know if you saw the game of the group stage where they played against NRG. And it was like... NRG won, but it was a right old meal for them to get through. But...
Yeah.
I don't know. The ball's tricky. So my prediction is actually TSM come through on top. But they have also picked Busan, which is... pretty ballable, as they say.
Yeah, no, ballable. We love ballable. So, I don't know. I mean, Chronic is just cleaning up with all the space that Strider makes. It's so hard to find a kill on Strider. It feels like that guy's borderline immortal. Almost getting traded out is Jacob. This fucking Chopper comes in on him like a bat out of hell from the top rope.
I really feel like the BAP Lucio feels really rough into this. Like the BAP Lucio May, I don't really understand. It's like hard to get the punish here. Normally what happens when you see these teams, mainly play against these ball one-trick teams, is you just start to cop an Ana or something, kind of like they did. And suddenly there's like at least a punish timing there for you. So they're going to come back out now. Just taking dinks from downtown. Rocket's gone one way, but Renko's just dead before anything happens. And this push is going to be over before it starts. You have to imagine. Dynamite now. Lep's going to be. They feel the clutch. They feel it's reachable. Icy's committing in. Rocket with the flank. Mayo, but somehow everyone, they just jump down the hole. They're all going to be okay. They kind of ditch Chronic a little bit, but it costs them everything on this engage. No Baptiste, of course, so no real chance to stabilize. Desperately trying to pocket his ball here is neutral. They're a little bit scattered. Strider will come in now with the mines. More pressure on top. Window from Renko in response. He has returned from the grave. And they've sort of stabilized, but no control of point, and we'll just maybe get another fight.
Yeah, Citrus, they had to spend a lot to stabilize at the end, though. I mean, the window and the minefield both going down for no kills. And it looks like Icy's going to be totally fine to remake as well. So, okay, Icy's actually going to go down comically late. Me when I lie. Rocket also goes down out of his ice block, so this is actually totally fine for Citrus now. What looked like a situation of a bunch of ults being invested for nothing is turning into Renko being hard staggered on BAP. Throws down the lamp, actually, just so, yeah, no, there he goes. And the staggers continue. Just can't get it done. Unfortunately, I mean, this is final fight territory for TSM. Their touch is going to be scuffed. Their BAP is not going to be there. Their LEP is going to be hard skating to try and touch the point. This is dicey. This is really dicey.
It's going to be really tough. Mines, oh, sorry, not mines available. Just trying to slow down Icy. Icy has to commit and get the touch in. Now anchored to point, so no pocket for this High Noon really, just for supports to look after him. Strider trying his best to take a little bit of extra damage from that High Noon for good measure. Will still be alive behind him, will be able to threaten. Icy's trying to do the same thing to the enemy backline, but they're just dealing with Icy so much more easily than they are. Rally comes out now from Jacob, looking to punish onto Icy, forces that bomb out. Meanwhile, they've denied the remake, and that's the important kill. Rocket trying to do his best to make something happen, but they're just stranded up top. They did give a flip, which is for saving grace for TSM if they can live here right now, but they're surrounded on all sides. Suzu has now been forced. Strider comes in one more time, and they're just so low on resources right now. They're on the backline, TP away. Rocket has killed Chronic in the backline. Maybe it's enough. Icy's back on point now, and here comes Icy. TSM are going to collapse on him from underneath and from up top. Pulse bomb comes through. Strider nearly takes that one for the team. And somehow, someway, TSM live.
Yeah, no, I mean, I thought that fight was over 15 different ways. But again and again, TSM, they just kept weathering the storm. Chopper, under all this pressure, he was doing such a good job just ducking in and out of the pipe, staying alive. And Citrus, they couldn't close it out. Jacob always stuck in no man's land, never really closing the gap, never really getting to that final point where he could actually finish things off. Strider has another minefield now, so there is a chance. But look, an aggressive push from TSM now. A Kitsune rush inside on top of the Citrus backline. Oh, wow, the beat too. Icy actually going in with the beat, but not getting anything for it. And it looks like this might have been a bit overzealous from TSM. They've committed so much. Strider is now underneath. Looks like he's caught another mega. Rocket is doing so much trying to chase Strider around, but again, it has been time wasted because Strider has lived. He is a goddamn magician on the wrecking ball. They cannot catch this bastard. And now it's a 5 versus 4 again, but Icy is back, so that's actually a 5v5, and Chopper has the high noon on the point. The Bob is invested onto the low ground. Icy boops it off, and it looks like Chopper is going to kill the Bob. We need a touch. That touch is going to come through from Chronic, but it's going to cost neutral his lamp. Jacob has the rally now, catches it on Icy, and Icy loses his suit before getting the bomb. Rocket is also 1 HP, but neutral has gone down, so it's not over yet. It is over yet because both Rocket and Renko both going down. Chopper rolling onto the point as the last desperation for TSM, but it won't be enough.
Citrus Nightmare get the finish, and it really just comes down to their ability to deal with this ball, right? And I think, like, BAP Lucio, really tricky. They swapped to Kiri Lucio, which obviously increases your survivability, but again, never really punishes the ball, which is kind of why we saw Strider just able to do basically anything he wanted all the time. And as soon as he starts syncing up there with Tap a little bit, really start to see a lot of those kills come through. And you saw it was just TSM trying to batten down the hatches, weather the storm. If they can survive the first 3, 4, 5, 6 engages from the ball, then they can push back. But that's really not something you can do consistently. And now, at least TSM get the map choice, right? They get to move it into somewhere where maybe ball is not so viable.
Yeah, I mean, we saw in the Citrus Nightmare versus regular Nightmare matchup that Citrus, I mean, they always just picked the ball maps again and again and again. They took us to Junkertown and they took us to Blizzard World, you know, just like classic ball maps. But these can be very easily avoided by the side of TSM. The thing is, I think it's going to be unavoidable that they wind up playing a ball map here and there if their draft isn't really clever. Because as soon as they go, like, who picks this first map? Was it a seeding thing or was it just admin pick?
I'm not sure, because maybe they just did it on like the raw seeding coming in. I think that's what they normally do. So it would have actually been... Right. Oh, fuck. Actually, because they all come through groups separately. So unless they use like the original seeding, which seems maybe like a little bit... like a long time to carry it over, you know?
This must have been admin pick or Citrus pick, though, right? Like, there's no way that this was a TSM pick.
Yeah, because I'm trying to think...
Citrus wasn't high seeded, were they?
I presume TSM would have been higher seed coming through the Swiss. But then,
I think
because I can't see why they would pick ball, because that just seems like the exact one map you would avoid, right? So maybe they just rolled a little bit lucky here, Citrus Nightmare, with the default one.
I think the thing is now, like, TSM, they need to be really clever with the draft, because if they go to like a traditional map where ball is bad, you know, if they go to like a good rush map where ball is bad, then they're just going to wind up losing their hybrid and their escort picks, you know? Like, they need to protect pick hybrid and escort right away, because otherwise they're going to lose a map and they're just going to wind up on Junkertown, or they're going to wind up on
like Blizzard World or something, maybe.
Blizzard World, yeah, exactly, yeah. Citrus had higher seed because LG threw in stage 2. Oh, they're going off their stage 2 seed?
The stage 2 seeding? Fuck.
Oh, I was actually very familiar with LG throwing in stage 2. I was there on Luminosity Gaming for the loss. So that's a familiar feeling.
So this is actually... you're the reason we're on Busan.
Yeah, I can't believe Uber is rocking the French tuck right now. Like, come on.
Just for French tuck, you're more of a fashionista than me.
I think it's called the French tuck.
So it's just like what, one side in, one side out?
Yeah. Is it? Let's look it up. French tuck. Maybe that looks like a French tuck to me.
I'm being asked if I tuck. I don't tuck, French or otherwise.
Oh wait, I just realized it's slop time. I'll see you when the match starts.
All right, get sloppy. So, yeah, so what Ansel was talking about in terms of a draft and stuff, it really means, like, hybrid and escort, you can only really, unless you can only really block one of them. So, probably go to, like, a Shambali or something here, something that's really traditionally a very difficult map to ball on, and then you also stop, like, the Blizzard World coming out. You maybe have to play Junkertown, maybe that's, it's annoying map to play ball against, but... you're going to have to cop it eventually. The big swing factor for Citrus and Nightmare here is because they've won that map 1, if we get into a situation like we were with Hypnos and with Super Shy, where both teams wanted to play very different compositions, and ultimately both teams would use their map draft to take it to a map that heavily favoured their composition, you get a little bit of the chooser of the map always ends up becoming the winner of the map. But the way that works, if you win first map, is you'll get to pick map 5, and hopefully can take it somewhere useful. Obviously, those modes do start to get a little bit worse if it's like normal and flash and push point. Push and flash point are left towards the end. Because again, ball is viable on Saravata, I think, as Crazy Raccoon have proved, at least if you have jumping. But it starts to become a bit more viable on that map. But it's still not as nice as it's just taking it to like a Blizzard World or something more obviously ball favored throughout like that. So they can draft their way through this as quite well, but I think it is a tricky situation here. Really, you need that sort of kind of break on the enemy's map pick here, and we'll see if they're able to do that. But I don't know. I still think TSM did look good. I mean, obviously not against Toronto, but I mean, who the fuck looks good against Toronto, right? It's maybe an unavoidable situation. And then when they played against NRG, I mean, Cal was saying they kind of throw right a little bit on the NRG side, like in that series. Even though they ultimately won it and got in our groups, they said it was like very untidy for them. Should have played a lot better. But it was kind of promising from TSM. And I do think especially TSM also have this option to go to the double flex DPS where they have both Rocket and King in. I think that's when TSM actually looked at their best against NRG. So I wonder if there's a way they can maybe find a map where they can play something like a Diva, Tracer, Echo, but where Ball isn't actually that viable. I think that's got to be the sort of idea you have in mind right now. So I guess we go to the map pool and try and figure out, is there a map that fits those categories? Maybe something like Paricio isn't actually the craziest fucking choice because it's maybe a bit more Diva friendly than it is Ball friendly, I think, for the most part. You could play an Anna Brig there as well, and Anna Brig really matches up quite nicely into the Ball, especially in those type of maps. Toronto right now would be SSG and ENT. Yeah, I think Toronto right now are actually pretty comfortably above SSG and ENT. I think Toronto are the best in the West, not just by virtue of their Esports World Cup result, but are in fact the best in the West. They're just like really far ahead right now. And I think tier break above right now, yeah, Backbone confirms it. And if Backbone says it, Backbone probably one of the more SSG pilled of the chatters. But I think Toronto are very much, at least within the Western region, are a tier above everyone else, and the only team, the team at least most likely to really challenge these top Korean teams. At least for now, right? A lot to change between now and Stockholm when we get there, all of that. But Toronto, I think, in top form, top confidence. Obviously, a lot of what they're really good at is quite favourable in the meta right now in terms of being able to play the Winston and a Brig in lots of places, or even the Winston and a Alari in quite a few places. As we are starting into Icon World here as well, which is interesting. So, it's not the greatest Ball map, but it's not the worst Ball map either. Obviously, maybe once you get to third, it's a little bit rubbish. But yeah. But also it means we're seeing Toronto experiments a lot, right? We're seeing Vazaria come out. We're seeing them again try and keep their compositional pool quite broad. Can take maps off them, but they're better. Yeah. Yeah, that seems reasonable. A situation that unfortunately can keep happening against these top teams. All right. So gates opening.
Yeah, I think good pick for them to go to hybrid, to be honest. Better than them going to something that would not be protect banning one of these two game modes. We're definitely going to wind up on Escort next map if TSM wins this map.
Yeah.
Slam from Strider early on, a little bit of tech to get up onto the high ground straight away as well. He's all over the place, dude. He's all over the map. This guy is just on another level on the Wrecking Ball, I swear. Everywhere they go, he's just catching their rotations with the slams. It's so hard to poke him out.
Yeah, I do appreciate... I think I'm like a fan of King and Rocket. I think this is their best look at the moment in this current meta. So the Tracer and Tracer and Pharaoh on this occasion, but Echo Swap might be on as well. King's getting this early space, just pushing them back. And now Strider is the first one that falls, and that's a major headache dealt with early on here for TSM. And they can start flooding through, forcing the point. And without the ball, the recontest here is so difficult for this type of backline to walk in, and Tap has to int for the touch, and now just a late death for the remaining Citrus players.
Yeah. I'm going to need you to waffle for a little while longer. My old lady that I'm living with, she has some sort of like health monitor to make sure that she's not dead, where she has to press a button once per day. And I thought it was like turned off while she's away, but I can hear it yapping in the background. So I'm going to make sure that no ambulance gets called to the house. I'll be right back.
Yeah, seems reasonable. I'll plug back in the waffle maker and get one cooking. We're going to see Strider go down again. And it's interesting because we've seen Strider get punished twice. And now normally when we talk about competitions that punish the ball, we're talking about an Anna or a Sombra to try and get some kind of cancel on his movement abilities where they can then take him out. But it's actually, they're just straight up shooting him. Just straight up shooting him so far. And they're going to start this second point push. Strider's trying to play on to King here. Beams him down, but is getting the full pocket. Strider will be poked out. Kitsune Rush now available for Renko. Lep has the beat as well. They're coming through onto this high ground, looking for that backline. Kitsune Rush comes through, trying to avoid the mine. Suzu is used, and They avoid the mines, but it stops them getting used. And again, look at this. They just hate this fucking ball. They're so keen to punish Strider now. He's ruined their day for the last time, and they're going to start ruining his day. And now, as Icy comes in, rockets raining down from above. And two very clean fights from TSM, all playing through that ball pick. And this is going to force some kind of adaptation, I think, here. Strider needs to find a way to avoid this. But I'm not saying exactly what happens to him. Obviously, there's boops in play with King and Lep, but I don't know exactly what's catching him so quickly and so brutally in all of these situations. King is now camping this retake with Barrage as well, so they have to be careful. No Matrix to help him out of this one, so they just need to try and bait it out. Meanwhile, this payload is moving the entire time. Strider's going to try and poke King, but really hard to dislodge the Farah here. And look at him, he's just gatekeeping. They're going to bob through to point to try and create some space. They walk out now. Icy's still looking at it, though. The beat push comes in. King wants to force this one in. They're going to rally through. I don't know if they had to beat through the choke here. Looks like they were in control, honestly. And now Tap's going to launch himself at the point and will die for it. And it feels like this payload is still rolling in. And what's this Citrus Nightmare backline? They can't get out of the castle. They're just trapped in here. Barrage from behind now from King, and it's going to be massive. There goes the backline. Forces a recall as well. Strider is on the point. He will buy a bit of time. He'll be annoying, but it's hard to see him turning much from this situation.
Yeah, I mean, having missed half of the round, it looks like Citrus have managed to make it a pretty healthy... I mean, Citrus have struggled to stop TSM from making it a very healthy distance. Now, already on the third point with 4.5 minutes, I mean, that's really not what you want to see if you're the ball one-trick team. Ball is so weak on the third point. First and second, you can get away with it, but there's just no vertical space on the third point for Citrus to play with. You can see now Strider's gone over to the D.Va. We're on D.Va Sombra Tracer, and I mean, this is going to be brutal for Citrus. This is not playing to their strengths whatsoever. We saw Strider on a little bit of the D.Va versus NTMR main, and it was not pretty. So here we have the Kitsune Rush coming out from Renko straight away. They're pushing up, they're posturing so deep. NTMR, they have managed to kite it. They've pushed back. They haven't managed to kite it. Jacob dead in the spawn door.
Now they have to come back. Because of these swaps, they kind of just have no ults with which to do it. And there's a pulse bomb and a self-destruct coming up soon. Lep's going to have this beat, which might be the final blow. It's a bit of a neutral. Rocket misses the stick there, actually, and King's died. So they're battling their way back in. Rocket does finish that tracer gap. Will dodge for hack as well. Still forcing this point with a self-destruct. Someone needs to get the touch. TP away. Touch comes through from Jacob, nearly at beat. They need more time, but Strider picking up these kills. Trades favor the defenders here, but Strider still needs more time. Neutral with the window. Can he pocket Strider? No. Loses the mech. The Baby is now the only one touching. Baby gets off. Now the Venture comes out from Tap. Will also go down so close to the ultimates. Chronic still playing in this lamp. Will someone kill this lamp? They finally get it. They kill Chronic. They kill it. It's just neutral left. And it will finally fall. They nearly get the stagger. They nearly get to the ultimates there, but I mean, TSM, you missed it, but those all the fights, first point, second point, it all just started with Strider as first death, which is something we didn't see at all on Busan.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is, Citrus, they are so completely reliant on Strider carrying on Wrecking Ball. So if you're not on a good Wrecking Ball map, I mean, it's almost impossible for this team to win, it feels like. Because they just one-trick it everywhere. I mean, they played it on Lijiang Control Center. They played absolutely everywhere. And if there's not enough mega health packs, if there's not enough places for the ball to slip away, to tech out on ceilings and rooftops and stuff like that, it's just not a good point for Citrus. It's not a good map for Citrus. The thing is, in the draft, if they get a good Koth, they always have options. They can make this work. It's just they're always in for a long series because they have to play to their map picks.
Yeah, the big advantage is obviously because they did win that map one. As you ping pong through the map picks, as long as they win their maps, they'll be okay. But it does become increasingly or decreasingly ball favored as you get to some of those like modes, like Flashpoint in particular. And it looks like they will be starting on the ball here. But TSM, they seem to have found the answer. Maybe less through obvious heroes like we sometimes see in like the Ana or Sombra, and more just through, what if we just shoot this guy loads? If we shoot this guy, we catch him on some of his rotates, we stop his impact. So we'll have to see if Strider can find a way to get a little bit more room, a little bit more freedom, avoid a lot of this pressure.
I think another thing you need to consider is the fact that they've subbed in King. Before they had Chopper, and Chopper, he's going to be bound to hit scan for the duration of the map. And that is just a liability versus the Wrecking Ball. King on the flex DPS, it opens up a lot more opportunities for TSM. They can play the Pharah, the Echo. They can play things that Wrecking Ball is not as good at catching. So if they can go to these big open maps, potentially King can just fly up into the sky and avoid the fight. They might have a better Sombra Tracer on their shoulders as well as a result of this. As I say that, King being hard dived by Strider, it actually doesn't matter that King's hero can fly because Strider appears to have wings as well. And this unbelievable dive, somehow 3 members of TSM are on the second point right now.
And they're losing.
They are stealing the point away.
They do get the touch eventually. Icy comes through, but they all turn on him in a second. They get that instant D-mech, and Strider was quite literally 1v5, I think, at times on that second point, and got the kill on Lep. And now all of a sudden, not only is he avoiding some of the pressure, he just seems to be tanking the pressure and turning kills. And him and Chronic are at it again. Worth saying, Chronic's already switched, or also swapped off this hit scan, right? And now all of a sudden, there's a few more tools, a few more heroes that can follow Strider in these dives.
Yeah, I mean, look, now that we get out onto the second point as well, I do think that this is probably the best space for Citrus. They can do a lot of pressuring of the point here. The Pharah Tracer, you know, maybe it's going to have a little bit of difficulty versus the Echo, but at the end of the day, like, this is not a bad spot for Citrus. Strider can roll around a lot. He can boot people off the high ground. If a fight happens on the low ground, he can just dip up to the high ground straight away. He has so many options. It's easy for him to slip away here, and you can see that now because the cart just keeps on rolling, and TSM, they can't find their footing. They can't even start to contest.
Payload's been moving this entire time as well. Strider's going to have the mines up top here, so that payload's going to keep moving for a while. Mines are everywhere. Icy's going to make a play onto backline. Both teams just trying to trade the other's backline. It's Jacob who falls first, and now they're going to protect the cart here, and Citrus Nightmare keen to keep this one moving even without their Lucio. Icy keeping the pressure up, trying to chase something down. Renko's now going to fall. They've lost the copy mech. And this is just going to really pull the sustainability out of this fight. And the longer it goes on, the more value Neutral's going to get. And the copy comes through, trumps in the end. And they're going to keep this one rolling here, Citrus Nightmare. Another kill for Tap.
Yeah, I mean, this swap of King over to the Echo, I'm not entirely sure whether I like it, because I feel Echo is almost squishier versus the Wrecking Ball. At least Pharah has 2 dashes. Echo only has the 1, and I think that it's going to be really difficult for King. Now there's a rushed recontest here for TSM. Renko throws the Kitsune Rush down on the right-hand side of the point. Tap goes down, but Strider trades Renko. Strider every single fight. Unbelievable value on the ball. Again, though, King on the Echo, he actually chases down Strider, takes him down. Rocket has forced the recall out. It is a 3 versus 3 here, but on the back foot we have Citrus Nightmare because they are not able to close it out without a tank.
And now we get to a situation where what's something Strider was able to exploit quite a lot in these first few fights is playing really deep behind the enemy team, pulling them in different directions, hitting them from behind when we're not expecting it. But now we're at the caps right at the end of this point. Icy can kind of just anchor point and get default value here. So Strider's sort of forced to play in front of him. He comes in for the slam here. Tracer dive comes in, but you can see Icy can be right there to respond. Pocket is seen through it. Shoo Strider away. But the big worry is Citrus Nightmare have this beat push timing coming up real soon.
Yeah, I mean, look, if Jacob can get a good beat off here, if Strider can go deep at the same time, there is a very real chance that TSM will just fold here. No support ultimates to keep them online. Beat comes out now. Strider catches it late. He has the minefield for the objective as well. Icy de-suited by Tap. King in the backline, but absolutely fumbling. Gets the copy over to the Tracer. He wants to play something a little bit more comfortable, but you can see Neutral is TP'd up into the skybox. King chases him down. Mines are on the point now, but this is dangerous for Nightmare. They are getting low. King throws down the pulse bomb onto point, back over to the Echo. Tap executes him out of the copy. The Symmetra is back for for Rocket, but it's not going to be enough. We have 3.5 minutes for Citrus Nightmare on the 3rd point now.
Great chance for them. They're obviously going to run into the same problem they did on the defense, where the ball starts to become a lot less value, and we're going to see Strider immediately go into the Zarya, trying to one-up the tank pick here. Still Tracer Echo, so I guess some bubbles for the Echo, some bubbles for himself there as he'll try and cross, but Tap's going to get caught while they're still waiting for their Zarya back, so it has to be a quick reset here, and TSM are keen to see if they can get any more.
Yeah, I mean, just looking over at the old situation, though, Strider on the Zarya, this is a really nice pick. I think it's going to make life super difficult for Icy. Not a lot of space for Echoes on the 3rd point as well, so I think this is a really good call. And the fact that Nightmare has this pretty substantial ult lead, they're going to have the Kitsune Rush backed up by a copy, by a beat soon from Jacob. This is looking really dicey for TSM. They're going to be on the back foot. They're just not going to have enough ults to layer into this fight unless they can weather the storm of the initial. But they're just giving space. They're giving space. They're trying to charge things up. Copy comes out for tap. He's on the Tracer. Kitsune Rush for neutral. Tap forced out and actually taken down. So this is really good for TSM now. The beat from Lep, it's enough. Beat comes out from Jacob, but the defenders, they already have this advantage. They have the first trade. Rocket recalls. Chronic goes in, actually takes down 2. The beat gambit, it could be paying huge dividends because King and Rocket are the only ones left alive. They are so low. Rocket taken down in the back by Jacob. Aggressive push here from Chronic, and now it's all on King to touch. It's actually all on Lep to touch. He throws himself onto the point, goes down straight away, and Citrus Nightmare, they cap it out.
Don't even need the grab in the end, and you just saw as soon as they sort of take that back step, it's really hard, right? Because they're trying to buy themselves time, but as soon as they take that back step, they leave themselves in a vulnerable situation. I was really anxious a little bit when Jacob dropped the beat there in the sort of 4v5, thinking if they don't get the value out of this, they've kind of blown a clear ult advantage in the next fight. But it works out, they get the punishes, and it feels like Citrus Nightmare now, maybe they can start leaning into Nat Swap a little bit more often when they run into trouble. Works out nicely. We'll go into an overtime round. 2 minutes versus 2 minutes 52. And really all to play for. And it's worth saying as well, these first 2 points were actually super straightforward for both teams.
Yeah, now we're seeing a shift for King as well. King looks like every time he's picking a hero, he's being chased down by Strider. King's solution to this is to go over to the Sombra now, the classic Wrecking Ball counter. So he has... yeah, he has basically decided that Sombra is the only way to get through Strider at this point. So now TSM, they keep reinventing themselves for a solution, but I see Icy on the Winston, and I don't like this one bit. This is a very suspect pick from him. He is not a confident Winston player, or maybe if he is confident in his head, the results are not reassuring, because Icy, when he plays Monkey, God, it's a bit of a one shift, one die situation. I'd be very worried here for TSM's defense.
There might be, it is maybe possible that the style here for Icy should hopefully just be a little bit more simple, right? They're going to play to punish the ball a lot, which maybe puts a little bit less demand on Icy to do something and more just to not in. So we'll see if that can come into play. He's going to jump at the choke here, gets the hack onto the ball while they do this. They bubbled off the healings. Gets away with it though, but they can just rinse and repeat this though. Strider's still trying to make it awkward, and again, in the same way we saw Strider struggle against the Pharah, the answer for Strider here is to harass him. Oh, hack again onto Strider. They're trying to chase him off the side of the map. I think they've got him here. This time he does die. They lose Lep for it though, so again, trades will favor him. They've lost Icy during this as well. It's 3v3, but King is stuck behind, low HP. Will be able to get to this mini, stabilize a little bit. They need to... It's just... I think they stabilize, actually. I think they're okay, Nightmare.
Citrus manages to get a tick out of that though, while King was on the reset, and now they're rushing back in. Strider is actually here again, takes down Renko, and suddenly again it's not looking so great for TSM. Rocket has his recall forced out. You can see King dead to Strider. Icy gets the trade onto Jacob, but it's still a 4v3. TSM very disadvantaged here, down on all of their cooldowns. Icy with a sliver of health. Strider chases him down too. Strider is on everybody. His first death apparently not consequential enough.
Yeah, they get that punished, but it still leads to a messy situation. I think Icy getting caught was the real sinker, because then all of a sudden that sort of base to stabilize around and do things on bubble timing just disappears. And it creates this chaos, and now Strider getting up close in his mines, but it might actually be... It'll be the Primal we actually see first outside in these pulse bombs. Kitsune rush for neutral pretty close as well. So can just use this to contest on the point, because we are going into overtime, so Citrus Nightmare, they need to keep somebody there, and Strider doesn't really want to have to be that guy.
Yeah, Strider already getting very low actually, but he's probably going to roll off somewhere else, collect the Mega. We do need to keep touching the cart for the side of Citrus Nightmare though. So TSM, they can kind of afford to just slow things down a little bit. Kite and ultimate if they'd like, let the car push a little bit more. Looks like they want to hold it right here and now though. Icy commits the Primal. Big comes out from Lep as well. So many ultimates being thrown in. Taps use the copy. Strider with the mines. The mines are all over the cart, but Rocket takes down Strider, and it is looking like a TSM sweep. King comes in here for the 1v5 EMP, and that's going to be the end for Citrus Nightmare's attack.
Didn't see exactly how it happened, but Jacob ended up dropping the beat first, but it was only for him and neutral, so I don't know if it was just a situation where they get caught behind, they feel the need, they have to primal to live, but obviously the whole team doesn't get the benefit of the beats. Meanwhile, Lept hits the more standard, hit the entire team with beat, and they're eventually able to overwhelm them. And really, this is quite in the balance, honestly, because we saw quick first points out of both teams here. There is maybe an opportunity for TSM to do something a little bit different as well. But maybe, honestly, playing the Sombra, playing to punish the ball, and then you get a nice EMP timing at some point in this 2 minutes and 52 seconds to finish off a fight seems pretty reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, maybe what happened there is that, you know, Icy's bubble split Jacob off from the rest of the squad or something like that. I didn't actually see it. I mean, maybe I'm putting too much stock in the Icy Winston here. But now we can see TSM, they're happy with this approach. The Winston, the Sombra Tracer, they've decided that is the solution that they're going to roll with. And, I mean, 3 minutes to win 2 fights on Icon World, I think it's doable. I think it's definitely doable for them. They could even up this series here and now.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on Strider here not to get caught by the Sombra in any of these timings. I think what can happen here as well is even if he doesn't die to the hack, but if he gets chunked significantly enough, I think he has to go sort of behind his own team to get megas, whereas a lot of the times we've been seeing him get value, he gets to play behind the enemy team and use the megas behind the opponents rather than behind his own team. So he gets to make the map big instead of making the map smaller for him. So a lot of eyes on Strider here to avoid these hacks and maybe even punish King trying to punish him.
Yeah, we're going to see him using these same positions that he's used time and time again on the defense, where he's just hovering above these chokes. Going for the slam here, does catch King. King actually fluffs his TP a little bit, and now Strider is going for the chase. Somehow gets hacked by King in there, though, and that's an absolute disaster for Citrus. It looked like there was no chance of a hack there, but somehow King has gotten that one off in his face, just catches him in the transition between phases on the ball, and now TSM, they're covering the point with their bodies. They're probably going to just try and get the 2 ticks here, and then Citrus are going to come for the recontest at the 11th hour. You can see Strider coming in from the top ropes. In is the slam. He has a big shield now. Renko about half health. Icy back jumping as well. But King, he's doing so much damage. He actually dies to tap.
He was there playing for, he was playing like old-fashioned Sombra, let's die for backline type thing, but the problem is the Sombra's escape isn't as good now. He gets punished for it, and Citrus Nightmare flood back into point. They lose 2 ticks, but they prevent the 3rd one, and now Strider's going to go pick up his Kiriko. And they'll be back on this point, no problem. And because King died so quickly, this EMP charge is not coming anytime fast.
Yeah, no, this is a slow-cooked EMP for sure. Absolutely falling off the bone. Maybe he'll have it for the very last fight, but doubtful that it will see it before. Somehow, though, neutral goes down in the neutral. Rocket taking him down extremely quickly. And with 2 ticks already conceded on the point, this is going to be so hard for Citrus Nightmare. Oh, wow. Strider gets the trade onto Lep, but will it be enough? Because they have so much pressure to keep touching the point. Tap does not secure the trade on Renko. It looked like he might have had it there coming in from the top rope, but not quite. King still doesn't have the EMP, and there's 2 fights worth of time on the clock, but only 1 fight needs to be won by TSM in order for them to close them out.
They might not have the EMP, but they do have the Kitsune Rush. They do have a slight beat advantage here. Neutral's early death in that previous fight, probably really the main factor for that. Tap's going to have to use this copy and try and buy an almighty amount of time because his 2 support ults will also really help King get the rest of his EMP. So overwhelming ult advantage for TSM.
Strider going for the slam up on the bridge. Icy behind. He's about to have the primal, though. Renko throws down the Kitsune Rush on the point. Strider is just dicking around along the choke, waiting for his timing to get a slam and a minefield off. You can see the mines have come out. Pulse Bomb as well. Mines actually managed to catch Lep, and this is huge because Lep had beat drop. Suddenly that overwhelming ult advantage, it doesn't seem so overwhelming anymore. Pulse Bomb comes out onto Icy, but Icy catches Chronic with the primal. Who was I to say that Icy hasn't got the hands on Winston? 1 for 1 now. Lep is back in the fight. King has the EMP. Beat comes out, but it does not catch Strider. EMP does not cancel Jacob's beat, but it doesn't matter. Citrus Nightmare, they're falling over. TSM, unbelievable. Icy primaling a Tracer was not on my bucket list for this match, but here we are.
Yeah, there we go. We doubted the IC, but he had it in him. And really, it was interesting as well. It really felt like for Sombra, I mean, all the times for Sombra got the opening pick on the ball, they went on to lose that fight in a messy trade. So somehow it's for fights where that don't start with an immediate ball pick, and that went better for them. And most of their success is really coming just through the neutral and these ult fights, and even some of their aggression there with Icy and Rocket towards the end. So works out quite nicely for them. TSM back in it. But now, obviously, Citrus Nightmare with a chance to go, I mean, somewhere a little bit maybe more ball-favoured. Probably maybe a Junkertown on the cards. Maybe not Dorado, even though it's kind of in the equation. I feel like Blizzard World feels like the obvious choice here.
Yeah, I think they can't go Blizzard World, right? Because they've just picked Icon World, but I think they'll take it to Junkertown. Yeah, 100% they'll take us to Junkertown. While we're here, chat, could we please get some votes? Uber's French Tuck, yes or no? I'm voting a hard no on that one. I think it ain't. I don't know. Nobody should do the French Tuck, but can I get some votes on this one?
Do you think
people like it?
Do you think Mr. X is also French tucking right now? We just can't see it.
I reckon Mr. X is such a lazy fucker. He's probably not even wearing pants below the neck. He's probably got no clothes on. So I'm very doubtful there's anything for him to tuck into.
You can never rule out that he's just got that jumper tucked into his boxers.
Yeah. Just try to have a chance in the hypothetical ball off versus Junebin. Probably. I can Junebin probably. It's like Strider's probably like maybe even ahead of Junebin mechanically on ball. But Junebin would just be like a significantly better team player, you know? Like Junebin would add so much to the team other than the fact that he's good at ball that it's like Junebin would just always win the map, even if Striker wins the duel or something, you know?
You think he's that high? He's
Strider?
go above Jumbin, yeah. I'm not saying he's not good, and it's argument so he's not good. It's just like I feel like Jumbin.
I think he's fucking unbelievable at Wrecking Ball. So yeah, I don't know, like Dongark, Junebin, Strider, they're all like I think they're all like that level on ball, to be honest. I think they're all fucking insanely good at it. It's just, you know, the problem with Strider is that it's like it's a Wrecking Ball and nothing else. Whereas Junebin and Dongark, they've got like 15 other heroes on top.
Yeah, well, we've seen it a little bit, or well, quite a lot in game. We've seen a surprisingly large amount of balls so far in like OWCS, and a lot of the ones on these ball one-trick teams that all of a sudden just fall into a trap when the other team goes, the guy can't swap, we could just swap to like 3 counters, and they're just stuffed. But yeah, not applicable for old Junners.
Yeah, I'm being told that Infected is close-ish to be honest, not Strider level, but still decent. I don't think that Infected's ball is at that level at all. I think there's a really.
I've not really seen it.
Yeah, I don't think that it's not like that. Infected's okay, but Infected isn't every man, you know? There's no hero that I look at and think, fuck, Infected is the best in the world at it. But, you know, for Strider and Wrecking Ball, it's like, yeah, you're definitely definitely the best in NA at that hero. There's no question. There's no close in NA. Yeah, there's nobody close on Wrecking Ball to Strider. Now we look at the pool of what can be picked next, and I mean, I think it's a pretty clear, pretty clear Junkertown. And probably reinforced by the fact that Citrus Nightmare already picked Junkertown when they were losing to NTMR earlier today. And I think that's a good shout.
Yeah, I think the only other obvious choice would be like New Queen Street, but again, you then leave yourself exposed to go to a Circuit Royale or something, or a Shambali, which will feel really rough.
Oh, hang on, I've got something even more important than slot to deal with.
All right, there's the Junkertown right on cue, just as we expected. And this will obviously be a lot more ball favored. Interesting here. Now, typically what we see on Junkertown, at least historically, has been a lot of poke compositions, you know, like a Sigma, maybe a BAP Zen even, or like a BAP Brig, maybe more recently, some kind of Widow Tracer type setup as well. But I think especially, I'm so new house build on Junkertown, but new house has really convinced me that dive is just really viable. Obviously, we expect to see that from Citrus Nightmare with the ball version as well. But I think if TSM want to do their Kiri, Lucio, Winston, I think it's super viable on Junkertown here. So I think we're going to get a very similar matchup here. We'll see if they can get the same success, though. And that'll be the big question. Because especially first point, really a bit of a playground for the Wrecking Ball there. Second point, still quite reasonable. Lots of chances to get behind. And even third, there's enough flank routes, enough chances to get behind. And this is part of the reason, I think, why they're obviously so keen to pick this Junkertown here. I do think that would be the better choice for TSM, ultimately, still to go now a sort of Winston, Kiri, Lucio's route we saw, rather than trying to swap into something that's, I don't know what you do, but maybe if you did like a Sigma feels rough, or like a Diva Bat Brig or something, you know, that feels more of like a double flex support variant. I feel like that wouldn't have the time. Do I drink a lot of caffeine? Yeah. I mean, I don't know what the equivalent is in coffee, because I mainly just drink like Pepsi Max or Diet Coke, so I don't know what the caffeine rating is. I don't know if there's something that will tell me what the caffeine equivalent is or how much caffeine's in there. Maybe not. I've got no sort of caffeine rating here. Who am I taking? What are you saying, Valerie? Who am I taking where as well is maybe a good follow-up question. And your Prash? And every day. Sorry to the Prash heads in the chat, but it's an Ange every day for me. In a twerk-off. Ah, yes. Ange in the twerk-off as well, actually. Watch the video. Which one? This one?
They're just phenomenal to watch. And people try and make comparisons of who's better, etc. Just enjoy them, man. We're very different football. They're just phenomenal to watch. And people try and make comparisons of who's better, etc.
Fair play. Good meme. It's just hard to choose, right? Hard to choose when you're presented with two equally good, great options. Hard to choose. All right. And I said I wasn't keen for it. Said I would have maybe preferred just more of the Winston style, but they are going to go to the BAP, Brig, Sigma, and a Hanzo thrown into the mix for good measure here, which surely feels like a bit of a hot take if we're being honest.
What's the hot take here?
The Hanzo. I mean, I thought they should have just played the same comp. Yeah. Like they should have just played for Winston, Sombra, Kiri, Lucio. I think still really reasonable. The Bat Brig I don't hate. I feel like the Sigma, you can get rock punches and stuff, but fuck me, is King asking for trouble right now?
Yeah, no, King, I wouldn't say asking for it, but, you know, he's about as close to asking for it as you can possibly be, deciding to roll out on the Hanzo in this situation. This is just a squishy hero versus a comp that is begging to dive you. Chronic started out on the Widow, but he's seen the Hanzo and decided to actually go back into spawn and swap over to the Ashe. Widow was probably rather free for him. Seeing Ana Zen come out from the Citrus Nightmare backline as well, that's interesting. Going for basically the greediest approach, having seen what TSM has to offer them in terms of picks. Icy up on the high ground, getting poked down just a little bit, probably going to have to back up just a tiny bit. Actually, maybe not at all. He might just be able to walk over onto the backline. Icy,
Chronic's got so much space.
Where is Neutral? Has Neutral walked all the way behind him or something? What's going on here? I didn't even realize Citrus Nightmare have completely flipped the map on TSM. They've walked all the way behind and Neutral has just claimed it. He's got the widest angle possible. You cannot let a Zen comp do this. There's no way the TSM have allowed Citrus Nightmare to rotate so far that Neutral in an Ana Zen matchup can just walk to his spawn and shoot the tank in the back. Now, wholesale changes for TSM. Because Citrus Nightmare's comp is so greedy, Ana Zen incredibly squishy. We do see Sombra, Tracer, Lucio, Kiri, Diva coming out. Massive swaps, but look at Neutral. He's about to die.
Oh, yeah, there he is. For 3, 2, 1, get themselves on him. They need to make sure they anchor point during all of this as well. Maybe get King out of this one, but we'll just keep plowing damage into that ball. The ball will fall. Now can force back for Tracer, and they've stabilized through all of this. And this is the problem with making such an extreme swap, is you just get counter-swapped right back, and now all of a sudden, Neutral's going to swap onto this Kiri, and I imagine Jacob's going to swap maybe just onto Lucio or something after this Nano as well.
Yeah, to be honest, I think that now that the swaps have been made, it's going to be really difficult for Citrus to close this one out. This is their only chance right now because this is where they have this massive ultimate advantage where the swaps might cost them. But if they can weather the storm, if TSM can weather this, then it's going to be really bad. 1-for-1 trades here. King goes down. All-ins on the dive onto Chronic. Chronic not throwing out the Bob. A little bit concerning though. Stick comes out from Rocket, takes down Jacob. And now it's looking like TSM, they might just be able to stabilize this. Icy did lose his suit, but Rocket is all over the place, chasing people down. Booped into the pulse bomb by Strider though. There's a real chance here for Citrus, but the hack comes through. King is back, and it is looking like TSM are going to be able to hold. Now Citrus, they've got to start worrying. They may have ults, but TSM, they have the ults to weather it.
It's really tough now. Both need support ults for EMP. They're going to do so well. Who do you even Nano? Just Nano Strider in, try and get it out. You can maybe force the beat here, but overwhelming ult advantage here. Bob might be the one to kick it off. There we go. Drops it through. Dink onto Neutral, actually. Makes his life a little bit difficult. Defensive Nano onto Chronic as well. Trying to plow back, but Icy is just trying to keep him in check. The beat keeps him safe. There's one Dink. Chronic is still going. 2 Dinks. Dynamite now on Lep. They do hack him out of the slam, but Lep is still so vulnerable. Someone else has to mark point now, and Chronic might have done enough. There we go. Chronic and Strider combine. and the point will just about fall, but they use their whole time bank for it.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was a very slow burn on the offense and a little bit concerning for Nightmare because the first point is probably the strongest point of the entire map for Wrecking Ball. TSM, they did make really good swaps for the recontest, completely countering out what Citrus Nightmare were going for. Citrus Nightmare, in these situations, often we've seen them employ the BAP Brig, so maybe neutral after throwing out the Kitsune Rush will make a swap over to the BAP. Chronic is going to be a little bit squishy, a little bit difficult to heal for neutral. We see an aggressive dive up on the high ground from TSM, something really fast, and that takes down Jacob. So already in a little bit of trouble, but it looks like King is going to get caught out. Maybe he flubbed his TP. Not entirely sure what happened there, but Strider attempting and failing a little bit of Wrecking Ball tech. Lovely. And I suppose the cart is just going to continue to be blocked by TSM. 1-for-1 trades not really enough for them to stop the ping pong. Now Strider chasing down Icy on the high ground.
They just managed to force him out. EMP coming up shortly for King, but they do get a bit of space here. Hack now onto Strider again. Oh, he lands in front of everyone. Doesn't take all that much damage, though. Will be fine. Kitsune Rush now out from neutral, trying to force through onto this Diva. But TSM, they're so mobile. They just leave. King's maybe left behind a little bit, but gets onto the high ground, and they're just walking forward. They've killed. They actually do chase down King eventually, and now they can attempt to try and keep this one moving forward. Pressure onto Icy to force him back here. Pulse Bomb out from Rocket. Only seems to end up killing himself in that himself? Okay.
No, don't do it, Rocket, please.
So much to live for,
man. Exactly. Unfortunately, the Sombras today have also looked a little bit suspect. King looking like a massive liability again and again, going down first. Maybe good for one, but so many aggressive pushes. Icy throws out the bomb, actually manages to resuit this time around. Chronic being pressured by Rocket. Rocket is back in the fight, and the Kitsune Rush, it's enough for Icy to take down Jacob. Jacob was 97% on the rally. This is a huge kill. Strider now being chased towards the third point. He will probably get out here. It is too difficult to chase him down.
This map's so big and open, well, part of the reason why Citrus Nightmare picks it. There's just so much room for Strider to play with, pull him in different directions. And now we're going to get a nice slow motion replay of that. And it's actually a Strider gap. Just waddles into him with a pulse bomb.
Unbelievable.
And now EMP up for King. Great chance just to hit this one as soon as possible. Got his eyes on that ball for now, but might have juicier targets in mind. There we go. Oh, gets caught actually. And who are we EMPing? No one.
EMP from King. Incredible there. Just going for gold. Just throwing his TP up into the sky so that he can't EMP anyone at all. At least he survived the EMP. I think Chronic throws out the bomb. Strider has the mines on the point. Oh, jeez. It's a pretty close one at this point, but there's no more ultimates to throw into it for the side of TSM, so they are just going to rot down to the end of this point.
Really, they had all the ults. One of the nice things about this TSM comp is that you have a Kitsune Rush for B, for EMP, all these what should be quite clear win the fight timings if you nail those ults, but the EMP gets nothing. They try and use the beat. They kind of do nothing with the beat. They kind of use it to live. But they don't even live. Icy gets demexed, and then all of a sudden the point pressure starts getting away from them. They now find themselves on third point. Limited on time, but I think maybe a little bit further than Citrus Nightmare maybe had on their cards. And now Lep is getting pooped in again, sets it up for Chronic. We've seen that one before.
Yeah, no, so the first pick onto Lep, a little
he's
bit
done it
suspect.
to Renko too.
Caught out in the open, and Chronic goes down too. Oh, good grief. And then Icy back on the Winston. Oh, I'm dying. Icy back on the Winston, traded out. Citrus, they don't have any massive ultimates. They will have a window up the back, but, you know, King, not even close to the EMP. Wait a minute.
Waiting.
Hardy, you gotta stop banning my chatters, man. Stop that.
All right, well, Hattie kills for chat and Unter chokes to death. We're going to see Lep go down one more time. They do have Kitsune Rush to fight on point here as Chronic will survive that pulse thanks to Vasuzi, but he's getting hacked. He's under more pressure, and this time Icy finishes the job. For Window, not enough to save him. The Kitsune Rush is successful for Renko. They're running out of time. They have to try and make it work. Strider is hacked, means he might not quite get to this. Mine's 99%. Can he drop him on point? Wants to get a Mega first, but no. Gets punished on his way to the Mega, so doesn't get it off. Hack now onto the Tracer. Desperately trying to live his tap, but his primal into the back just takes him for a ride. Nowhere for neutral to go. He's in the lamp. Icy, he'll finish it. He'll finish. There we go. He's finished it, and they do get the hold just shy of third point.
Yeah, no, I mean, not too bad for TSM. Once they made the compositional adjustments, it actually looked a lot better for them. The Sombra Tracer making life rather difficult for Strider. Citrus Nightmare, I was surprised to see them go for such a greedy comp on the offense, but I guess when you see the comp the TSM rolled out on, there's nothing wrong with going for that. Let's get a few more oranges in the chat. Yeah, I feel like I can't see enough of that guy's face right now, so I'm very appreciative that the entire chat is just his head.
There has been a definite increase in the orange-pilled people in the world as of late for some unknown reason.
Yeah,
just trending up.
Inexplicable. Yeah, I mean,
it's one of those natural phenomenons.
There's nothing natural about the way that guy's propaganda has been spread. Well, it's like a psyop.
Oh, it's just a social experiment.
I mean, the result of the experiment is just an incredible amount of distribution of this one selfie from him, you know? Like, that's... I don't know, he's probably happy with the outcome, you know? He feels famous. He is famous. I think more people know about Ange than, you know, basically anyone else in the scene at this point. At least the people in my chat and yours.
Well, that's everyone in the scene that matters to me, so that is the entirety of the scene.
Exactly right. You know, it's a shame that the millions of people watching a vast stream aren't familiar with Ange, but you know, he can't have it all, right?
We gotta have something, and we got Ange.
Yeah, Citrus Nightmare here on the defense. They got the Wrecking Ball. I think the Winston Sombra Tracer is a good shout yet again, but it's going to be difficult for King to do a whole lot on the Sombra. If he goes for the Widow, I think that the Bat Brig is going to have more than enough. I mean, you know, it's going to be easy for the Bat Brig to peel. Immediately, Striker actually gets hacked out by King, has to back up, but it's so easy to heal him, and he is going to be able to maintain this space. King getting spotted out by the Tracer, trying to hack the Mini health pack, being poked out again and again. Now he gets the hack on the Mini. Next up is the Mega. He's probably going to sneak into the right room, take that too. No, he's actually looking for Strider. He gets the hack on Strider once again, and this is looking not too bad. Suddenly, Strider gets the slam, doesn't actually take all that much damage. Chronic is just controlling this main sightline so easily, and it's really difficult for TSM to break this. They kind of just need to play in main and farm. So hard to dive the Widow, so hard to actually catch out Strider, because you cannot convert on these hacks.
Yeah, they keep poking him away, but they can't really make use of a space they clear, and Icy's going to take a huge chunk of damage coming through, and Chronic nails the shot onto Rocket. They finally get to the Widow, but he hits the shot. Lamp comes through as well. They eventually kill Chronic, but inexpensive for their entire team, so really hard to justify that transaction.
Chronic genuinely is a crazy Widowmaker. Saw it in the NTMR versus Citrus Nightmare match as well. Just every time you post him up on this sideline, he is just scalping players again and again. They're under so much pressure, under the pressure of the dive. He takes off Rocket's head again. Really, this guy has a very solid Widow on his shoulders. And again now, we see the same hold coming through. Rocket, Chronic holding down the main sightline. Strider up on that top choke, holding it down. Tap appears to have been forced back. Strider has been hacked out by King, but again, the cart, even though it is rolling a little bit, Chronic's controlling that sideline. Strider continues to slam the backline. Now we're getting a little bit more out into the open, a little bit more awkward for Strider to hold that space, I suspect. And you see the dive is coming through in full effect onto Chronic. He's missing a couple of shots in a row here. Lep is so deep, actually taken down by Jacob, and this dive is once again going to be unsuccessful for TSM.
They protect the Widow again. They do lose Tap, but Tap will be back quickly enough. But this is the real timing now for TSM. It's taken a good chunk of their time back to get here, but they're now staring down the barrel of 5 ults. And all these situations where we see them try and dive onto the Widow and eventually just run out of health, run out of cooldowns and get bled out, now the ults can make up for that. And this is one should be, I mean, honestly, near impossible for Citrus Nightmare to survive, even with Jacob's rally.
Yeah, I think this is probably the big fight.
Wait, Icy's gone in.
What the fuck is Icy doing? He hears the walls, which means that his Sombra is almost certainly not going to go in, and he just decides, you know what, have some ult charge, fellas. Here you go. Icy goes for gold, and then King caught jumping in main, just taking the piss, to be honest. So that's one ult for Citrus Nightmare. Only the Widow Wall's committed there, but again, scary fight coming up. 5 ultimates online for TSM, and it's so hard to counter out the EMP. The only thing is, if King can get in, Icy walking up in lane. Chronic again! This guy is a machine on the Widowmaker. Every single fight taken names. He's being juggled by Icy and he doesn't even care. I don't know, he just doesn't even care to look at her because he knows that Icy doesn't stand a chance. Back in main now, Chronic once again holding it down. Takes off Renko's head. Somebody stop this guy. Another shot onto Rocket now. Beat comes out. EMP as well. So many ultimates in play. Jacob gets Pulse Bomb. Neutral has the lamp. Chronic finally going down, and it is looking like TSM are going to be able to cap this one out. Tap gets the pulse through, and Icy goes down as well, so maybe not. Tap goes down. King playing his life on the high ground. It's looking like TSM are going to have this one, but it is still dicey. Strider might come in at the last second for the touch.
Jacob back now as well. Chronic back on the Sombra. They can turn it into a bit of a dogfight. They need to be careful, but Jacob's going to anchor the point. Jacob finds Rocket. Icy will get on point. Oh, they spent all that back killing the Widow. And it's been in such big trouble now. Icy's trying to get to this Primal, but the hack comes through, trying to dodge it is King. Chronic will follow him. It's a Sombra duel up top. They're both reloading. They're both up top. But Tap's killed everyone on the point. The Window's out, and it's a full hold.
Unbelievable recontest there coming out from Citrus Nightmare. That's the thing. They all swap to these incredibly fast heroes, and they just get it done. It's that easy.
And it all kind of comes down to the fact that they used every single ult. They spent their entire economy to kill a Widow, and they did kill the Widow. To be fair, he did die, but you invest 5 ults like that, and the best you get is kind of a scrappy fight win where you can inch the cart forward, but they still recontest.
I mean, you really need your Winston to be able to solo kill a Widowmaker with Primal Rage. But unfortunately, all Icy was able to do with the Primal Rage was knock Chronic a couple of meters into the air and then set him down lightly again as he back jumps into open. All right,
just complete disrespect. Yeah.
Yeah.
Complete disrespect as well. Just ignoring the Widow, or ignoring the Primal as he tries to pound down on him. Just keeps taking shots. And that's the problem sometimes in Overwatch, where you talk about, and there's like situations where you're just like, oh, okay, we've got the 5 ult bank, right? So as long as we're not just complete idiots, then we will be able to win. Yeah, Nightmare won their game, Cal. But if something goes wrong, particularly, a pulse bomb hits at the wrong time, a headshot hits at the wrong time, like we saw from Chronic Fair, all of a sudden, these big fights, Oh, sorry, do you mean just the map I meant? Sorry, yeah. Citrus Nightmare got the full hold. It's a 2-1 to Citrus Nightmare. TSM obviously get to pick now as well, and can maybe force us to something where ball's a little bit more rubbish, like a Colosseo or something. But yeah, let's just have the makings of a 5 mapper, as both teams seem pretty competent on their own picks. And we got Push and we got Flashpoint remaining, so probably feels like we're going to go a Colosseo into a Citrus Nightmare pick, which we'd expect Saravasa. So that would be the way we'd expect the series to go in terms of map choices. Because Strider just seems to be a big factor for him now. It feels like, and I think I know the situation TSM are in. What you get in this situation if you're TSM is you 100% know what the other team's going to play. They're going to play this weird bull comp. They're going to be playing it with maybe a few different variations, like depending on what type of map, like a Bat Brig in some places, for Widow if it's good, all of this. But what you get is you go, okay, we know exactly what we're going to play, and we have a few ideas for how we want to play versus it. Maybe we could run the Sombra Winston type stuff. Maybe we could do Anna Brig Winston, something like this. But what you don't get to practice against is this composition. And because you don't get to practice against this composition, you don't get to figure out a lot of the problems in your scrim week. And if you don't get to do that, you have to try and solve the problems live. And solving the problems live is really, really hard. And even if you do get to practice against a ball, what happens when you play against a person who's got this level of skill on what is like maybe less a niche hero than it once was, but still a relatively niche hero, it's just not the same practice. To get good against, say, a Strider ball or a jumping ball, you need to play against balls of this caliber. It's very much just the same thing we would talk about when we talk about, and playing against Gurkmeister. Oh yeah, I've played against a Junkrat before. Yeah, but have you played against a Junkrat who's like this? Because if you haven't, there's going to be a load of things you're not expecting, a load of things you're maybe not respecting quite enough in all of this. So, I actually need the toilet, so we'll drop a quick ad, and then I should be back in time for this next one. I'll get myself some more water too. Be right back. back. And it looks like we got the Colosseum we were all expecting. When Pip screams crazy raccoon, is that true, AFK noob? Is that true? Hunter was obviously singing the praises very high. But above jumping is quite the cool, right? Quite the cool. We'll get to see it here. Colosseo, one of the trickier maps you have to fill. It's not impossible though at all, and it's certainly not going to dissuade Strider from locking it one more time. At least one more time, I should say. TSM, on the other hand, choices for them. Gonna play the Winston still for Icy, and honestly, the Icy Winston, there's been a couple of egregious moments, but net balance has probably been more good plays than bad. Strider will be shouting everyone out of spawn, then swap into ball. Get them there just a little bit quicker. And it's going to be Anna Farah coming out on the side of TSM here.
Anna Farah on Colosseo with Lucio as well. I think going Lucio Ana is such a massive risk versus Citrus Nightmare because Strider, he's going to have his way with your Ana if you're not careful. I think this is a really greedy pick here.
On Lep to just try and play bodyguard as best he can. Renko will be starting on the high ground, which obviously makes him a little bit harder to get, but honestly, there's pretty much no place in most maps that ball can't get, but does run immediately into Lep and will be forced behind. Picks up this Mega, and Lep again having to play bodyguard here. Looking for this one. He tries to boop Strider, but he gets booped in the end. Dodges the sleep. Well, maybe more of a miss than a dodge, if we're being honest. And Strider's going to miss his rollout as well, and they're just going to try and push forward on Strider, or out around Strider's timing, but there's not really all that much to push onto, and now Renko's just conceded for high ground.
Yeah, Strider keeping both of the supports busy for quite some time though. So honestly, not the worst thing in the world. However, Rocket is the one to take down Chronic. Icy initially looked a little bit suspect on the Winston. Actually, Strider gets the trade onto Renko, so it is a 1-for-1. And now it is anyone's game. Strider rolling back in, 60% on the minefield. Rocket has a pulse bomb though. This could be huge. If he can pulse the ball, they can actually take him out. Low heals for the looks of it from TSM. But, you know, Lep is actually closing in on a big drop as well.
Yeah, just slowing it down here again, TSM. Tap's trying to snake his way all the way in behind. Obviously trying to get in position ready for when Strider next goes to the high ground. Lep will remain there trying to play bodyguard. And it's just a slow and patient fight as we're so accustomed to see him in Colosseo here. Tap's making the call, but look how far back Renko was. Anticipated that one. Nades himself, but where's the peel? Where's the Lucio? Here he is. Lep does force for recall. Pushes him away. Strider's low. They survive the dive. And again, nothing in main for Chronic while this is going on.
Oh, very dodgy Nano Monkey, though, coming out onto Icy. The Nano comes out after he lands, and he doesn't get any jump pack damage. But the second jump is enormous. King taking down Jacob, and now Icy giving us his hands, showing us that he can, in fact... Oh, no, this doesn't look like he can juggle at all. But he manages to take down Neutral anyway. In the process, though, Chronic and someone else who has left my screen have managed to get the trades on TSM. So it's actually a 3 versus 3. Make that a 3 versus 2. The backline of TSM actually getting traded out, and despite the early good start for TSM, Citrus have been the ones to steal it away.
And that was for Nano Primal timing as well, so one of the biggest, most powerful combos we see in Overwatch, especially recently. And now Citrus Nightmare with a chance of their own. They have the mines to go with, the Bob as well. Strider's looking for it quite early, hits the backline. Renko and Lep seem relatively safe over. They are pretty much zoned behind these minefields, but look at this, because they're on the high ground, Icy's not really taking all that much damage either, so they get some cart push out of this Citrus Nightmare, but they can't really move their backline into anywhere meaningful. How on earth does Renko die in that situation?
Did Renko just walk into mines and kill himself? It's like Rocket all over again. Mate, there's too much to live for. You can't be doing that. There's absolutely... Oh my god. It was an Ajax in the making. Good lord. That is actually insane from Renko. King, though, gets the trades. Chronic and Neutral both taken down, so it's a 3 versus 3 yet again, and Renko's respawn is very close. Jacob commits the rally. They want this so badly. Citrus, they're hungry for the checkpoint, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Jacob goes down. Renko is back, and now it is a 4v2. Citrus Nightmare investing the ultimates in a lost fight.
It looks so good for him as well when Renko just seemed to, I don't know, decide it wasn't worth it anymore, decide to provide some kind of opening for Citrus Nightmare, but they still can't convert it. So now they just simply have Bob. Can obviously use that to push with, but I don't know. Won't get all that much. Might even save it defensively, maybe if they're calling this Nano is up already. We saw value from the last Nano Primal from Icy, but they lost their backline in the meantime. And we're back just in this slow, steady fight in the corridor.
Yes. Now we have Renko 89% on the Nano boost. This next Nano turn could be deadly. Oh,
Nade's
massive
good.
purple as well. Both supports caught by the anti-nade. We see Strider actually distributing his shields to the backline after that nade comes through. Rare use of the Wrecking Ball rework. We don't actually see that used all too often, but there we go. Nice little defensive use of it there. Renko still has the Nano boost though, so keep your eyes on Icy because this could be huge. It's actually going to be a Nano onto King, of course, on the Pharah, and it's a 1-for-1 trade. Chronic's Bob taking King out of the sky. Pulse Bomb lands on Jacob as well, and things are going from bad to worse for Citrus Nightmare. These trades are suddenly not looking so favorable at all. Strider going in onto Renko, and they keep him alive. The double from Icy as well.
They just about save him.
Yeah, no, all the peel in the world coming out for Renko there. But the problem is, if there was a mine on the field, Renko would have thrown himself into it in an expression of suicide. Oh, yeah, no. Skip on that comment. Either way. Massive nade coming through onto the backline of Citrus Nightmare, though. 1-for-1 trades. Icy suddenly not looking so white on the Winston as he manages to take down one with the Primal. All he needed was a nade setup. And again, Citrus Nightmare, they are having to back up.
Have control, have progress on the car. They have not moved the backline up, so Renko and Lep still playing it main for this next one, but they can keep forcing the point. Again, more pressure on the backline. Renko will nade himself and Lep. Keep them both safe. We do get Jacob dropping to contest the point, which seems a bit risky. Taps died through all of this, and they're underneath. They're in a room full of mines. They have to rotate out now with the rally. Icy's going to die during all of this, but they might just get Strider, who seems to have just accepted his fate, will die on point. And now King. Oh! Lep finishes it. I thought that rocket. It looks good. And now they get cap off this as well, TSM. This is the opening Nano and Barrage for the next fight too.
Yeah, you see Chronic, he's made the swap over to the Sombra, which is a little bit strange, as he's not the one that needs to counter out a Wrecking Ball, seeming to have a little bit too much difficulty on the hit scan. So just going over to the Sombra instead. I'm not sure that I like this pick, though. King on the Pharah gets hacked out, but the Nano Boost comes straight out onto him. Rally is committed, but it's not going to matter because King with the Nano Barrage takes out both supports. Jacob, shades of orange in that one. King with the fadeaway kill onto Tap as well, just filling up the kill feed. And King really has been the difference maker here for TSM. So many turns going their way when you throw the Nano Boost out onto him, and look at that cart. 91 meters and counting. Citrus Nightmare in shambles.
All the difficulty both teams have had with this fight from the low ground to the high ground, but now TSM, they've conquered it. They're in pole position. They have a Primal coming up soon. They have this Pulse Bomb. They're going to go for the dive again. They're trying to get Jacob. He's on the wall, but it's actually Neutral who dies first. They have lost Renko, so the trades might get Citrus Nightmare out of this particular problem, but they've got so much more to do. A pretty wild Pulse Bomb attempt from Rocket there. Just get forced out, but Icy's getting kills in the back here, so Rocket and Icy, it's not the prettiest, but the kills are falling, and this is going to keep them on the back foot. Lep has no choice, really, but to rotate in. No Ana alive, remember, for them. And are they just going to try and hold it? Well, now they decide to get out. They decide to get out, take the reset. Probably the sensible choice here. Lep should be okay. And they can regroup and just... Oh, my God!
Oh, goodness. I was just about to say, the biggest difference maker here, it's been Lep swapping over to the Brig. When TSM were on that greedy Lucio Ana composition, there was just too much pressure on Renko. They couldn't weather the storm. They couldn't keep everyone alive. But as soon as Lep has made the swap over to Brig, it's a completely different story. Wrecking Ball is not that strong on Colosseo. Renko actually takes down Jacob early in the piece, and things are just looking so rough for Citrus Nightmare. 90% on the minefield, 80% on the EMP, but they're getting pushed all the way to their spawn. And now Icy, the promised white boy, the Winston that nobody wanted to see, but he's the one that we needed to see today, because he is actually going to take us to what looks like a map 5 between TSM and Citrus Nightmare.
There we go, finishing it in spawn. Strider is still stalling it out. Barrage, just for the sake of it, I think, from King here. They're priming the ball away from point. They're pushing it in. Should be a finish sooner or rather than later. Strider gets late for the last touch, but I don't think it would have made a difference. And yeah, they're back with a... I can't think of a word. I'm gone. I've talked too much.
All right.
It's over.
Call it a vengeance. Let's say a vengeance.
Back with a vengeance.
And if it wasn't a vengeance, then, you know, I'm so sorry for assuming. I wouldn't mean to make an ass out of you and I. But anyway, I think that it was very wise of TSM to take us to a Colosseo, because I was very worried for TSM if they were to pick Flashpoint, because I think Flashpoint, you know, perhaps a little bit weaker for ball, but then they would go to map 5 and they would have to play on one of Runesapia or New Queen Street, which I think are both two maps where ball is rather viable. Especially New Queen Street, I think there's a reasonable chance that they can make the ball work. So I think very smart of them to pick the Colosseo, because now for map 5 they get to go to Flashpoint. And whether Citrus chooses to pick Suravasa or New Junk City, I'd imagine they're probably going to pick Suravasa. It doesn't really matter all that much, because I think that neither of them are particularly good ball maps. I don't think Flashpoint is a very good mode for Wrecking Ball. There's not a lot of mega health packs on the map for that. So reasonable draft here from TSM. And now going into map 5, I mean, it's going to be a bit of a dogfight, I'd imagine, because it's not great territory for Wrecking Ball anymore.
No, yeah, Suravasa just feel like the one that's going to be a bit kinder to Wrecking Ball, but we'll have to see if they can make it work. The big question maybe is, now they've had success as well on this Winston and a Brig, the Tracer Farah, do they lean into that more? Because realistically, while Winston and a Brig is a pretty reasonable comp into this, it's not a particularly good mode for it either on Flashpoint now without the Lucio. So maybe against a Bull, Kiri, Lucio type thing, you could still run into problems. So decisions to be made for both sides here, but very much expect we'll at least see Rocket and King remaining, and the Tracer Farah might be locked.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if they roll out on the Brig, it's probably better compositionally, but it's just not great for the game type. So it's a bit of a 50-50 here. They have played the Lucio comps on like Junkertown and whatnot. It looked okay. So, you know, maybe they'll go for a bit more of that. But enough analysis about map pool. I'm going to start slot maxing. See you after.
So we'll wait and see which pick comes through. Won't make a huge difference. I think Suravasa will be the choice. It's just for one we've really seen Ball have success on before, mainly in the form of Crazy Raccoon, and most of the time that was with some kind of double flex DPS and a Kiri Lucio composition. So certainly something that is in the Citrus Nightmare pool, and certainly something we might see them tap into here. TSM, on the other hand, do they go the Winston, Sombra, Kiri, Lucio route? They've had some success, but it's been a little bit patchy there, and there seems to be sometimes where it works really well, they get the opening pick and they can play through the ball, and then other times where maybe King tries to do a little bit too much on the setup, and they don't find the value they want. That one on the Anna Brig, where Icy can still be quite effective with these dives, and we've seen him get consistent value. Anna Brig into and Nano Winston is pretty good into a BAP Brig type backline, can do a lot of damage, and of course reasonable at shutting down Chronic. We saw at the end of that Colosseo there, Chronic even swapping off Hitscan because he just didn't feel he could play it anymore, which I think, if anything, just played into the hands of TSM even more. The Anna Brig is a difficult problem on this map as well, just because you lose a lot of the recontest, the ability to move around. So we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see what they choose to do. If I was TSM right now, money on the line, gun to my head, I think I would probably just take for Winston and a Brig. I just take the matchup. That's me. That is me. That's me and Hunter. Oh, look at that. In the middle. Fancy seeing us there. Would you believe it? Now, it'll be Hunter gets the big day tomorrow. I get it the day after. Favorite Overwatch power couple. I don't know if we're a power couple yet. If we were a power couple, who are we? Like Jay-Z, Beyonce? I feel like I'm the Jay-Z of that situation. To be fair, I regard myself as the Jay-Z of most situations. Oh, wait. Sorry, I missed the India buff. Citrus have been granted the India buff by Captain Prash. Now, we're actually in a bit of a rut. Are they getting divorced? Fuck. I don't know. If they are getting divorced, that's maybe a bad omen for us. But yeah, the India buff has been a little bit on the ropes as of lately. Lost the last couple of times, if I'm not mistaken, but we'll see if it can return to form here. That's Ben and J-Lo. So Ben and JLo are breaking up, but Jay-Z and Beyonce are okay. Is that the conclusion? That's the latest situation? No, not Ben and... I think Ben and Jerry are still together. TMZ streamer. This is what I need on the scrolling text underneath. The Overwatch scores, but just breaking news. JLo files for divorce. We can get some sort of... We can turn... This is how most news, like newspapers and news channels start, you know? Like CNN... Just a Twitch stream to start with that just kept adding bits, you know, kept adding different departments, more people, then all of a sudden, you're just a news channel. Yeah, thank you for the confirmation, Swagasaurus. What other ice cream would I get that's specifically chocolate brownie flavor? Honestly, I reckon you could get a good amount. We're tied up, Jerope. We're currently 2-2. So you're actually just in time to watch the Map 5 Flashpoint Decider. Who's Leo? I actually don't know who Leo is. Lionel Messi? Leo... Honestly, all I can think of is Lionel Messi right now. Oh, DiCaprio. Doesn't he just normally date a string of like teenage models? That's kind of his thing. Need more Americans with Twitch points. Yeah, my economy is actually very EMEA favored here. What we are? I mean, we have got quite a bit on 55k on TSM here, 20k on Citrus for our highest bets. In the balance right now, obviously Citrus Nightmare's pick, but we are going to Flashpoint. Oh, chill out, Juno. Not right now. You're not real? I mean, I know who Leonardo DiCaprio is. I just don't call him Leo. I'm not as tight as you guys are with him, obviously. I only know him from a distance. I only know him as Leonardo. He refuses to date a woman over 25. Why would he feel the need to say this publicly? Or oh wait, this is just data. No one gets above 25. Hold on, let me bring this up for the chat. Okay. It does seem like no one's getting above 25 at all here. The thing is as well, no one's even getting close to matching his own age at any point, you know? Like, the closest we got was what? This is a 6-year gap? 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 Or maybe... Oh, yeah, this is the same person, right? Which is what... No, it's the same person. That explains it. But yeah, it was actually... Nobody got closer after that 6-year gap. Leo is feeling 22. I can hear some Suravasa music, though. Which makes me inclined to think we are going to Suravasa. Which means last chance to get the predictions in. As we wait and see what they choose to roll out on. No prizes for guessing Strider's hero. That will be Ball. Bat Brig seems to be the choice. Maybe Ash Tracer will be in the mix here as well. TSM's comp is the big one, though. Icy is on the Sigma right now, but I wouldn't be surprised if we go Winston and a Brig here. Or are we going to go Sigma and a Brig with a May? And a Tracer? Right. Okay. Well, we've got Brock to punish a Ball. But if he hits it, it can be okay, but I don't know. A weird comp choice here.
I don't like King May for all the marbles. I don't think King has like this incredible May that is what you're going to want to roll out on map 5. Wall comes out though, catches Jacob. Jacob actually cannot bash back. They do break a hole in the wall though. That commits Lamp for the side of Citrus Nightmare. And Stride has been slept up as well, so not a very good start at all for Citrus Nightmare. TSM pole position, Sigma on the point, and a pick advantage. Not great for Citrus.
No, they get that punish immediately. They'll get the free cap crit as well. And I guess, to be fair, what you want if your TSM's comp is you want the ability just to post up, try and control a lot of areas, look to play and punish the ball, while Icy can kind of just gatekeep this backline as best as he can. And now they have control of the point, they'll get to be doing more of that here. So all on Renko to hit the next sleep and even getting pretty close in this nano as well.
Yeah, getting close to this nano boost, 70% for Renko. Nice nade onto both neutral and Chronic, but with such a slow composition, with the Mei, with the Sigma, it's hard to follow up. Chronic actually rips off King's head. Not sure what happened to the ice block there, but oh, Renko going down to Chronic as well. Chronic actually up on this high ground. 3 headshots for Chronic now. 3 headshot finishes. Can we get the ace? He hits the shot as well. Chronic is so sharp. I swear this guy is a super slept on talent in North America. Every time we're on his POV, it looks like he's dominating. And then Icy actually getting staggered a little bit too. Really nice from Nightmare.
They've hit this combo so many times where Strider just does the classic ball stuff, some kind of disruption, hits a boop, dislodges someone, they're not expecting it, and Chronic just takes him out of the air like a skeet shooter. And now they have control of a point. This is the fights I was worried about for TSM. How do they rotate in here and take space without just getting slammed and dislodged on the way? And you see Strider lurking for that engage now. Doesn't quite have the mines yet. Looking for his timing. They're trying to bait it out here. Anna Brig quite far back. That's a missed sleep on the way now. So Strider's next engage a little bit freer. Will now look for the dislodge. Hits the Mei once. Just swinging around and just being an absolute nuisance. And look how hard it is for him to walk. Strider up to 90% now. Icy will get on the point, start trying to force it, and they've slowly crept their way in here. Pulse Bomb will be missed by Rocket during all of this. Bob comes out, Copy Mei as well. Now they're coming back in. They're trying to go back, but the Copy Mei will trap Slep, and Strider's just pounding him into a corner right now. Tap will kill 2, Copy Mei as well, and now seal the point for Citrus Nightmare.
Oh. God, the nano boost actually went out onto King there, and he still went down despite it. Tap applying so much pressure on the Copy Echo, and Strider, I mean, he really does do it all. You saw at the start of the fight there, he went outside, swung around through TSM, built up a nice green shield, baited the sleep, and then came back to his team and distributed that shield over to Tap, giving Tap the overhealth for the start of the fight. Insane from Strider. They're doing so much before the fight has even begun.
Now Strider has these mines for this next point, going for an early swing just to try and catch and dislodge someone, and these are the fights that can be tricky. Strider will get down to half HP, but I'm sure he'll be back up in no time. Rally's in play, but this Mei ult from King could put them over the top. It's a flux to start. It's actually a massive flux. Gets free. Lamp will save all of them, but there's a Mei ult underneath, so these guys are going to freeze. They're going to die. And this Mines just can't do enough in response, and now TSM full control of the point. They can clear off Strider. Won't be able to get any more kills, but a clear advantage, but a pretty heavy-handed combo as well.
Yeah, I mean, 0 value from the minefield there. The Flux and the Blizzard, it's such an easy combo to pull off, you know? Any doubters of King's Mei, I mean, it's difficult to see him fuck up a Blizzard into a Flux, to be perfectly honest. And now, looking over to the next fight, King already getting very low. I'm not sure whether he's used the Ice Block or whether he's just backed up into his team right now, but we're about to see Neutral throw down the window. You can see him walking up. Here it is. Oh, Icy less than half HP, but Chronic, he hits the dynamite through the window and it blows King out of the water. King, recall also forced for Rocket, and suddenly it's going to be really difficult for TSM to touch this point. Jacob posturing all the way to the close corner, has the rally if need be. Strider with a massive slam on the back line, rolling through everybody, and it is so close, but nobody on the side of TSM is actually dying. They're weathering this storm. They're actually surviving, and they're building up so much support ult charge from it. They have another nano boost, and Strider, he's stuck behind enemy lines. He's so low, but Neutral, will he be able to keep him alive? He will.
He kept trying to boop him back in there, Strider, but just no one from TSM would fall. So now they get to walk back up with this nano. Avoids the rock here, Strider, as he comes through. Looking for that Pharah. King has made that swap, of course, to make himself a little bit harder to target. But they're on the backline right now. Slam comes in. Sleep is dodged this time. Renko is burning. A spot above. And Nano's gone out to King in the meantime. But he's busy dealing with the copy here. So King having to waste a lot of this nano. Not really getting anything. And now Strider's about to come back in with one more mines as well. And they clear the Sigma. Icy's in trouble. Actually, they do get it. They just focus him down, and nothing for the Nano Ned King, just having to concede space with the Nano ultimately.
King manages to get the trade onto Jacob, and that could be significant. As long as Rocket can get in position for the touch in overtime, this should be okay. King going very low right now. Icy swapping around in spawn, actually coming back on the Winston. Lep commits the rally early on just to try and buy a little bit of time from the looks of it. They've actually flipped the point in the chaos though. Citrus Nightmare not touching, and this could be a really huge deal because Icy is now back, has the bubble down. Rocket has a pulse bomb as well. There's no lamp on the side of Citrus Nightmare, so this pulse bomb could be huge, but Renko and Lep both go down. King gets chronic, but there's no support, so this is so difficult for TSM to clutch it out. Window's been thrown down from neutral as well. Neutral may be going down here so incredibly low. King actually drops the barrage, takes down Jacob. That's 3 for King in this fight, but still, it's not enough to close it out because Citrus, they stay alive. Tap, Strider, taking down the final vestiges of TSM, and looks like Strider, the only Wrecking Ball player in the world to have figured out how to teabag on ball.
Gets it, and now Icy coming up to this primal. Jacob has the rally though. Neutral is on Kiri in all of this as well, so it does feel like gives them a little bit more survivability, even if it's not a typical backline we see. Tap's about to have the copy. Obviously, the last one was massive onto May. Might just be a Tracer one this time around. Tap's been good for him so far though, and TSM trying to walk through, but Strider is behind him. Lep's going to try and keep Nat under control, but it's been a problem they've been dealing with all day.
Yeah, now jumping onto the point is Icy. Nearly has the Primal Rage. Renko also has the Nano Boost. It is thrown out onto Icy. Icy jumps deep with it. Looks like he's been flailed by Jacob, though, so no connection on the jump pack damage. He is just going to stand on point, throwing down the bubble. Very low Nano Monkey here. The copy from Tap, however, is about to bear fruit in the form of a Pulse Bomb. We'll see if he can get anything done with this. It looks like he will not. He's just going to piss that into the wind, and TSM have capped the point. Icy gets full sticky and has to pop the Primal Rage. Rally comes out from Jacob, so we will see Citrus Nightmare walking back up onto the point, but Rocket takes down Chronic.
In the balance now, Icy's going to try and stabilize with his team as they chase out Strider as well. They have control of the point, so as long as they can just maintain their space, they'll be okay. They only have Pulse Bomb now in the next fight, Barrage shortly after it. Citrus Nightmare, though, have Nat Mines timing, and Jacob now making his way onto the Lucio now. So Citrus Nightmare, a little bit more aggressive, a chance to commit a little bit harder onto the backline here. So might just cause a shift in Icy's playstyle to be a little bit more responsive here. Just try and pocket his backline, keep them up. Here we come in. Mine's going to start it off. Rockets just killed Jacob immediately, which is a bit of a problem, but Chronic can do just as good. Takes down Lep in exchange. Now they're trying to keep Renko safe on the high ground. King chases down Chronic. They're moving it back. It's 3v3 right now, I think. Neutral's coming back with Kitsune Rush soon. Strider's going to knock through. Looking for the backline. Remember, no Brig available for Renko there. We'll have to just try and play his life as best as he can. He's okay, though. I guess Strider's giving it up. They have control of the point. Has Renko just got out of this situation? I guess so.
Yeah, I mean, look, this fight here, Citrus have managed to flip it. Nano Boost comes out onto King. He's chasing down Tap. Down goes Tap. King, we're going to need more from you, though, because the Kitsune Rush is in main. Renko is going to go down to that. Very aggressive dive. Fortunately for TSM, they do manage to flip the fight in the chaos, so that is going to be a massive disadvantage for Citrus Nightmare. Now they have to continually touch the point. King with another Horsecock Barrage catches absolutely nothing. Left pops the rally as well, and Icy's going to take down Jacob, so it is looking like TSM are going to edge out this fight.
They get to do it as well without having to spend literally everything. Strider's still keeping it contested for now, but little in the way of reinforcement, so he should go down eventually. Will concede it now. TSM on the verge. Remember, this is map 5. They have no more space to play with TSM. They have to win the next 2 rounds of this control point. And at least they have a Primal and a Pulse Bomb with which to do it. We are getting the Kiri Brig now as well as Renko swaps trying to get back. Tap with another copy. Good for him so far. And we might get a bit of a rematch of the middle fight here as the teams meet before the point. All this pressure onto Icy. He was close to that Primal, but he doesn't have it yet. The boop could be massive. Steals the Mega away from Icy now, so he'll fall down. And Strider's just running him right now. We'll get over to point E. Start capping that one as it unlocks. And Strider already climbing up a wall for this next engage.
Yeah, no, it's a typical Strider move there. Instead of going for the boop, he just steals the Mega out from Icy's feet, and now he's hovering above the choke, coming in for the slam. Slams the entire backline. King so low, split by that slam. Jacob traded, however, neutral also answers back, gets rocket. So this is an advantage fight for Citrus Nightmare, and they already have the cap. Pulse bomb from Chronic goes wide, no connection there, and it is looking like Icy's actually popped the Primal Rage off screen, manages to take down neutral, so we're back in an even situation right now. Strider is battling the backline inside. He does have the minefield if he would like to throw that down. Icy pressuring the point. He's going to have to back jump soon under a lot of pressure, but he does manage to survive. Tap comes in with the copy now, but the recall is forced. Not a lot of damage. So low on the point is Rocket. Icy actually gets pulse bombed. He's also low now.
Holding on here, and it looks like they will be able to get the flip off it. 70% encounter. Remember, no room for error now. TSM have to make this next push work. They have Pulse Bomb, they have Barrage, they have Nano, they have Ready. They're all close to it, but Strider's going to go slightly before all of it. Renko is caught. Renko goes down. Will not get to this Nano. TSM have no choice. They have to start moving. They have to go. Again, these ults just not quite there for them. The Tracer dives in for the touch. They will give a touch. Icy will join at one point. Kitsune rush now out from neutral, and they're just going to obliterate Icy. And there's just nothing they can do in response.
Yeah, no, I mean, King is there at the doorway with the barrage, but it's just not going to be enough. It's another TSM fumble. This team, they can't stop doing it. Again and again, all they do is lose. King cannot beat Citrus, you poor bastard, King. I actually feel bad for you, dude. I thought Lethal was the problem, but half of their fucking roster leaves. They've got no more Zeb, they've got no more Lethal, and you still can't beat Citrus. It doesn't make any sense, dude. What is going on? Citrus Nightmare clutching it out. There's something wrong with you,King. Like, you're the problem. It doesn't even make sense. Like, it's actually fucked.
It's
you
just,
poor bastard, bro.
I don't know what it is. There's just something about this core of players, and if you would ask me last, like, stage 2, I would say, well, it's probably less something with these core of players, and really just Lethal is like a hard carrier, super clutch player. But Leaf, like, he's not there anymore. He's not there anymore. So it's just something about this team, this collection. Well, something. I guess maybe it's for backline. Maybe it's neutral is for key. I don't know. Somebody's for key. Because this version of a roster just won't stop getting good results in OWCS and really just causing a headache. And that's actually TSM going out in joint 7th/8th here, because that was elimination game.
Good lord, I didn't even realize that. They're completely out in 8th place. I'm so sorry, King. I'm so fucking sorry, dude. I mean, look, the upshot here is that now that you've been knocked out of OWCS, you probably need some time to continue scrimming with your collegiate roster. You know, you've just had a big hole freed up in your schedule over the weekend. So be sure to have a word with the boss, say how desperately you want to continue scrimming Overwatch, and that you really need a coach for it too, because that's kind of where we're at right now. In terms of simultaneously plugging for a job, I should also plug for some money too while I'm at it, you know. I've only had one sub in the past God knows how long, so, you know, if anyone is feeling generous in the chat, feel free to throw some money at me. But yeah, is there another match today?
There's another match, yeah. That felt like... It's
so many 5 mappers, dude.
Yeah. Because the thing is as well, I was actually thinking after the NA games looked to be a 3-0, I was like, ooh, might get a cheeky early bedtime out of this one. Not too bad. But Timeless Ethereal against Fluffy Dreamland will also be next, which I don't really know. I'm predicting Timeless Ethereal sweep. Maybe that's like in the hot take category, but I feel like we might be in for a bit of a dogfight.
Yeah, I'm told that. Oh yeah, the sun has completely come up. It's 9:30 a.m. now, so the sun is totally up. Someone took the bait on the money begging. Thank you so much for the 5.
Nice. The system works. All right, I'll leave you. I'm gonna go get a drink, reset myself in this next match.
All right, I'm gonna continue to slot max off stream.
You keep slopping.
Or off Discord.
Just slopping in another room while the stream's on. All right, I'll be right back. I'll drop you a big advert so we can get out of the way for the next one. I believe the Preds have started. If someone could update the stream title as well, I'd be a big fan. And we'll see how far this one goes. We'll see how far this one goes.
Big bubble, big bubble, big bubble. Make it really hard.
Round point. Keep doing kill. Don't get in the locket for free though.
One. Bucky. Give rush. TJ's gonna come. Nice, bro.
Nice.
Break.
Nice.
McFlurry, bro.
Let's go, guys.
Loading up on fluids. I've got myself a muffin as well, which is how we know we're really fucking cooking. Get myself some sugar to get me through this last bit. Oh, chocolate muffin, little bakery. Oh, come in apart a little. Oh. What time do games start tomorrow? I think it's 9 AM for Korea, right? Let me fact check this. It's the same time for EMEA. And Korea. Which game's first? This one? 9 AM? That one's not till the day after. Oh no, that is tomorrow as well. That one's at 12. That one's at 12. Oh yeah, of course, we're into tomorrow now. I understand how time works. Alright, so we'll get the two Crazy Raccoon Poker Face, Zeta Falcons, and then Fnatic Hajuk Dan upper bracket of the play-ins. So that will start at 9. Then EMEA will start. I think it's 5 again still. 5. We're going to get this game first. SSG VP, then ENTS Twisted Minds. And then we'll get this lower bracket final, which I think they swap, right? So it'll be the loser of this, potentially VP versus Hypnos, which, to be fair, I think because we're going to see rematches here, whoever loses out of these top 4, I think obliterates these two lower bracket finals. Alright, obviously we can update this. We'll see Citrus Nightmare make their way through. Flack wins again. He did tell us they were going to win, to be fair. Wasn't keeping it a secret. I think kind of in terms of competitiveness. So what you get here is you have like if I ranked all the teams, it'd be like Toronto at the top, Ents, SSG. And then you'd get, like, I think, Nightmare, NRG, VP. This isn't necessarily in order, but, like, the tier breaks in the tiers. And then, who am I forgetting? I'm in TM as well. So I think, like, this is probably, like, the top 7. The top 7 pyramid. You think Dreamland win this match? I think they're technical favourites, but I'm predicting the upset. What time are we on? Can I get a fact check before we go live as well? In terms of pronouns. Is it X10 and Bun, she, Halo, she, Sawhill, I'm less familiar with. I don't really follow Calling All Heroes, so I'm a bit out of touch compared to Sawhill, they, them. And then, who am I forgetting? Sorry. For flex support. Where have they gone? Here they are. And Scuffed. Yeah, I thought it was, but we just had for the team screen and it wasn't. It was showing for the subs, but not for the starters. Are pronouns on Wikipedia? I don't think so. I'll double check, but I don't think so. No, but did obviously compete in Calling All Heroes. They, them? Okay. Alright, okay. I can remember that. Yeah, X10 and Bun. X10, Bun, and Halo I already know. Oh, okay. Thank you, AFK Noob. Yeah, and that lines up with what we were thinking as well. So, yeah, to be fair, Chugger, I thought they normally do have the pronouns on, so I'm a bit surprised not to see him there, but I think we know him, so we'll be all right. All right. I feel the sugar hitting my system. We're going to Lijiang Tower first. Now, from what I've seen, I feel like Timeless Ethereal are much more of a brawl team. And then on the flip side of things, we're going to get... I think Astro probably wants to play Winston more often. Where can you watch for Toronto game? It should be on the mainstream. It's also on the VOD of this channel as well. Both of them... We covered it here, and then it was on the mainstream as well. Yeah, it was played earlier, though. Toronto are through and won't be playing again until tomorrow, as we do load into Lijiang Tower. So I'll steal my last fluids. And get ready to try to lock in for one more.
You locked?
I'm locked. I had a muffin, you know, so now I'm full of sugary goodness and energy.
Sugary goodness and energy. If only I had eaten something in the past 8 hours. All I have is dishes to deal with later on.
Oh. All right. Anna Brigg versus Anna Ilari on the kickoff here. Will be a Winston mirror in all of this as well. And Ash Farah. So seems a bit of a weird choice for Night Market, honestly. But I guess if it's a mirror, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I like this double flex from Ethereal though. Bun going down early in the piece, but a trade from Halo, that's quite good. The Illari is a lot of pressure onto the Pharah, actually getting even more damage in, and then Chime stuck inside, goes down to Sawhill. So not a bad start at all for Timeless Ethereal.
Trying to get a bit more space. Nade will connect now as well, and they'll get to push him back. And really a little bit weird there to see Bun taking the inside matchup with Pharah, but works out for him. They'll be able to get the first cap as well here. Control of a point, and that's exactly what the Illari team would like. Now Winston's trading on the Mega. Sawhill has to be careful. Has another bubble soon. Will bubble right back, and this will just be a bit of a good old-fashioned stalemate in this Mega as Astro doubles down without bubble. Has to be put in the optimistic category.
Is that Astronex, the Canadian?
It is, yeah.
Good God. It seems like we're seeing off-tank v off-tank here, but they're both playing Winston. I don't know what happened to the night market meta that we've so confidently wound up playing Winston all over the place. Unbelievable. So Sawhill now with the nano boost goes deep, catches Grapes, and gets out. Really good start there for the side of Ethereal. Once again, first and second fights going their way. Next as well, they have a reasonable ult advantage. You know, we've got Sawhill with the Primal, Halo with the Captive Sun, and the Captive Sun is so dangerous with the way the Fluffy Dreamland are rotating, but somehow X10 has been caught out. Astro jumps them, and Ethereal, without using any of their ultimates, they're just going to crumble.
Yeah, they just kind of wander into the Mega, end up getting 2 picks. It all seems a little bit too easy for what we normally see in these night market retakes. So they get the flip for free. They still have to concede, obviously, 56%, but it means they don't have to use any of their ult. So a full 5 bank for Dreamland in this next fight. And don't know how you start this one. Maybe you can just start with the Bob to try and force point. Even the Captive Sun, or maybe nothing as you just get hit in spawn. It's a 1-for-1 trade only though, but you can see Astro looking for more right now. And this Ash has been separated, will be assassinated, and this has well and truly cut all the heals from Sawhill. So while they are using the Primal, all they can really do is live, and Bun goes in for a barrage by herself. Gets a 1-for-1 trade, but 1-for-1 trades aren't going to get you a retake.
It's just an endless game of 1-for-1 trades here from the looks of it. But 1-for-1 trades, you know, those favor the team that is actually in control of the objective. Nano Boost comes out onto Astro, but Haven goes down. And again, we see a 1-for-1 trade coming through here in the kill feed. X10 taking down Haven, but Haven taking down Halo. Bun answers back though, gets the pick onto Chime, and now Ethereal are all over the point, starting to pressure it. But it's not enough. Fluffy Dreamland, their backline rotates back onto the point. They start holding onto the capture. Rally comes out for Grapes. Yeah, no,
X10's going to get the pick. It's like an awkward first day. Captive Sun over top, doesn't actually find all that much. Timeless Ethereal now have to deal with this Bob, and this will force them back for now. Nano now onto Sawhill, all over that backline. Astro has no such luxury, but it's still a 1-for-1 trade, and while the Winstons die, it will just be a walk forward and a hold for Fluffy Dreamland, who now have a slight primal advantage as we hit the final fight.
Yeah, no, this is going to be a very solid hold now for Dreamland. Very difficult for Ethereal. No ultimates on the retake. Even without an ult, it is going to look difficult for Ethereal because there's going to be a lot of pressure for them to start touching the point. And they're playing this Pharah Ash composition with no Brig as well. Double flex Pharah Ash. So point touch is a real problem. Bun has actually gone and taken a lot of initiative, gone over to the point by themselves. But in the other side, Dreamland have just pushed hard inside and taken down all of Ethereal's backline. So this is looking like a first point for Fluffy Dreamland now.
Yeah, it works out quite nicely, and I don't know how much this will be indicative of what we see throughout the series. I always sort of, in my head, I have more memories of watching Timeless Ethereal play a bit more of a brawl-type composition, so we'll see if they go over to that here, but happy to take the Winston Mirror for now, and to be fair, it was a bit of a scrap, bit messy. We'll see what they do on Control Center now. If I'm not mistaken, I swear I saw Timeless Ethereal playing the Reinhardt here into the Malga earlier today, so looks like that might be what we get here again.
Yeah, no, it's looking like they are going to be running that back. Sawhill on the Reinhardt. Ethereal coming in with some very different compositions to what we might normally be seeing and considered meta here. When's the last time I saw a Reinhardt in pro play? It has been quite a while, and it was probably Hardy picking it. Now, however, we see Sawhill on the Reinhardt, so we're going to see Ryan, Bap, Ash. Ash on Control Center as well. But Fluffy Dreamland, it looks like they have a good indication of what's coming because they have a massive Shield Buster comp. Torb, May, Orisa, Baptiste, all heroes that are going to be aimed at taking down, or Haven going for a little Torb weapon swap there. Not entirely sure what the hammer was coming out for, but you know, you do you, mate.
Sawhill's tried to take a lot of space, but has lost a lot of health for it, but they will deal with Haven, they deal with the Tor behind, and while the Rhine might be quite vulnerable in his composition, in theory the Ashe and Pharah should be relatively free, but because Sawhill lost so much health, they force their team onto the back foot. So Fluffy Dreamland sacrifice the Torb, take the rest of the point, Haven will come back on Sojourn. Now they're in control here, and Timeless Ethereal, this is where they might struggle, right? How do they get their DPS into a position to make use of their better range and better spam?
Yeah, now that Ethereal have to play retake, I'm honestly a little bit worried for them because they have to play into all of this spam, and it's just going to be so hard for them. Bun once again going for the point force. We saw this earlier, but now a second time the point force comes through, and it's just immediately matched by Haven. Trades for both the front and back line of Ethereal. Well, they're not trades, they're just deaths, actually, because there are no trades. Fluffy Dreamland sort of wiping the floor with Timeless Ethereal right now. X10, however, comes in, answers back, and gets the pick onto Grapes, and that is going to open up their retake. Bun peeking in from the side as well, but you can see Dreamland, they're reinvesting, they're pushing back in, the window comes out for Prota. Astro walks over X10, and Sawhill is so low, they have to play slow. They're trying to charge up their health again, actually just going back out into main. This is invested from Chime?
It felt like everything was fine. You were literally pushing them back into spawn, but now this forces a barrage out from Bum, but doesn't get the trade she was hoping for, and it will be a full reset. They get to hold for choke, but really would be nice to hold a choke with some kind of, I don't know, some kind of area of effects hold, and that just freezes anyone who walks through it.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about the Blizzard, but honestly, there's still so many ultimates online for Fluffy Dreamland, it's probably not the biggest concern. However, this push out towards the spawn, oh no, that hasn't resulted, it has resulted in Astro's death, so a little bit overzealous, I will say. Not sure why they're so committed to fighting forward like this. Sawhill now taking down Chime as well, and it is looking like Ethereal are going to be able to retake this. Haven gets the pick onto X10, so it's not over just yet, but without the ultimates invested, Prota, Grapes, and Haven also incredibly low. See that mythic Rhine skin from the looks of it, as I saw some sort of particle explosion occur on the kill. Never seen that before.
Yeah, I've seen it in a few streams so far. I think Cloudy runs it as well, so everyone just explodes when you kill them. And now we get a very slow cooked shatter on the way from Sawhill, as well as this beat. Grapes has a beat to match, and Fluffy Dreamland with a lot of good ults to set this one up. You know, an overclock or window retake into a beat to deal with any aggression seems quite reasonable. Sawhill always a chance to clutch though, but they're under so much pressure right now. Sandwich between the Orisa, the lamp comes out, keeps them safe. Beat helps, later beat now. They're just dropping the DPS ults in, and Sawhill again becomes the first one to fall. They are forced out all the way out, and this, I don't think, is this not their spawn? I think they're in the wrong spawn here.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think this is the right spawn. They're pushing very aggressively now. Sawhill has the shatter coming back, but I don't think it's going to be enough. I don't think it's even going to be possible for a touch to occur. Oh, no, so, no, you were right. It was the wrong spawn. They actually are in their own spawn. That's odd. Sawhill manages to get the touch, has the shatter as well, but it's so hard to get it off when everyone is up in the sky or too far away. So Sawhill going the entire round without ever actually committing that shatter. And it's going to be a pretty decisive victory here for Fluffy Dreamland.
Yeah, it looked a little bit rough at first. Well, it looked a little bit rough on it looked a bit good on Nightmark at first when that dive mirror started. Didn't know where that one was going. Looked pretty good to start with. Then as soon as they lost control, the retakes just seemed like a massive problem, and that kind of continued through even with the comp change here. To be fair, it just felt like a bit of a comp difference there. Seemed to have a good read that the Reinhardt was coming out, and all of a sudden trying to play really wide with that Pharah, but you got Bap Lucio. You've not got great ways to pocket, and didn't really get any of the value here. So I wonder if Timeless Ethereal now will kind of do something a little bit more to force it, maybe to like a Ramatra type mirror or something, maybe a Shambali type pick, something like that to get them off at least avoid this Winston mirror for a map or two.
Yeah, I'm not too sure though. It does feel like no matter the matchup, these teams aren't too far apart from one another. I'm not entirely sure why they play the Rhine on Control Center though. I feel like that's just a bizarre pick. I feel like when I watched Calling All Heroes earlier in the year, Sawhill might have been playing Rhine. Maybe I'm not Rhine, Ram. Maybe I'm like completely tripping in that memory though. I'm trying to remember. Oh no, just take the heart away, Atreus. It's fine. I'll add a comp for that too.
Yeah, no, I've definitely seen them play Ram before, and I think that looks like the best, or their best version of the comp. I think I kind of have memories of like some sort of Ram, Tracer, Ashe kind of classic setup here with Bun on the Tracer, X10 on the Ashe. But didn't really see that here. Obviously, Control Center May very powerful. Also true on Shambali, to be fair. So we'll wait and see what direction Timeless Ethereal go. But I kind of anticipated a dogfight for this series, and a bit one-sided fair, but I don't think a dogfight's out of the question here.
I mean, maybe that first Koth map, you know, maybe it gave us a bit of an indication as to how things are to come. But you know, if we could be treated to one more 5-mapper, then you know, I suppose I wouldn't be complaining. Maybe my voice would complain, maybe my state of consciousness would, but it would probably be nice for the viewers to see a little bit more competition.
Yeah, can't argue with that.
Max. Yeah, I should slot max. I think I've got time for this.
You're missing
there's
out.
a huge difference in the healing done stats there. Not looking so hot for the supports for Timeless Ethereal. There's an enormous difference because the damage is about the same, but good god. Seems like Timeless, they die before the heals can come through.
Yeah, and it's not like Sawhill was shy of taking damage on that Reinhardt at all, really. Plenty of healing to go around there.
Yeah. Alright, slop.
Slopping it up. Okay. A Fluffy runs out on Orisa here always. Oh, okay, interesting. I wasn't sure if it was just like, because I saw Sawhill do the Ryan when we were sort of flicking through the other games earlier as well. So I wasn't sure if it was just like a blind counter Fluffy Dreamland were going for, because I mean, Koth is so rough. If the other team has a read on what you're going to play and maybe where you're going to roll out, you can really counter comp and counter strat. So, okay. We've got the Orisa in the bag then. Not seen all that much from Fluffy Dreamland. Obviously, they got kind of bodied as a lot of lower bracket teams did in their first round of play. So we'll wait and see what we get out here. Hold on, I'm just checking a couple of things, and then I'll be right with you. I promise. Okay, I'm with you. 7 ads? It's alright. You can't hear me answer, but the ads are a good thing. It's good for you. It supports the channel, and we'll do it in between maps, and this means we don't have to cop an ad break during any of the actions, so don't you worry. 10 ads? Oh no. Those ones actually I just sent to you specifically, Hitori. It's not a feature a lot of Twitch streamers talk about, but you can actually target specific users with the ads as well, so... yeah, hit Hitori pretty hard. Hit Mapino even harder out of spite. So, just so you know, it's always personal. It's always personal. It's always a vicious attack. Alright, so, yeah, I still feel like Shambali's on the card. It will be Paricio, actually. So I'm completely wrong. It was a Fluffy Dreamland map 1 win, and we're now going over onto Paricio. So, expecting more of a Winston and a Brig. That's the go-to comp for pretty much everyone who plays this. D.Va could be on the cards as well. I think it's not that unreasonable for both teams. We see 30k on the side of Fluffy Dreamland. A lot of believers, Joby committing it. No Timeless Ethereal believers here. I don't know, it was actually closer than the Brawl Mirror, to be fair, I think. I think the dive, because it started quite well for Timeless Ethereal. They won the first couple of fights, then went from, and then just never really got a retake. Okay, Anna Brig, Echo Ash on the side here from Fluffy Dreamland. So, what we see quite a lot here on Paricio, we see the Echo above the Tracer in a lot of situations. I imagine we'll see X10 very much go onto the Ash as well. After going for this grapple shot. Surely no one will die to the grapple shot. You'd have to be a real idiot. Some kind of Lucio in the sky. Just begging to int. We've seen one today on Icon World, courtesy of Lep, but surely we won't get another one here. Everyone has to be expecting the grapple. If you die to the grapple, it's truly your own fault, and you deserve to die. So we'll see. Sense check here. Okay, yep, Chime. Absolute idiot. Deserves to die. Had it coming. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Xavier AFK?
No, I'm here. I was just taking a moment. I was prefacing the entire thing like, oh, X10's got to go for a grapple. You'd have to be an absolute idiot, some kind of level of lep to get caught by a grapple here. And then right on cue, Chime lines himself up for another one. And they'll get a lot of space, but Sawhill's hit him with a counter int now, and they'll actually be able to stabilize and retake off this.
Yeah, no, very, very respectable counter in from Sawhill, making sure that things can stay competitive for Fluffy Dreamland. It was going to be too easy when X10 gifts them the first point like that. So thank you very much, Sawhill. We appreciate your service.
It'll just be a complete reset now. Timeless, Ethereal have to do all the hard work again. They've trying to clear Astro out of this side, but quite difficult. Will be a dive in. Doesn't get very far with that one at all, Sawhill. And Astro will just counter jump here, and Sawhill will die as a result. And, well,
Sawhill
struggling.
Yeah, Sawhill under a lot of pressure here. One jump, one die. We're seeing the, the classic Western Winston maneuvers here coming out, where it is just a little bit too difficult for them to stay online. X10's pick, it's starting to feel like a fragment of the past. Scuffed, however, they almost have the nano boost, and that could go on Sawhill, keep them alive for more than one shift. So let's see if they can get something done with that. I've also heard a coach gun committed from the side of Fluffy Dreamland, so now would be an amazing time to go if they can charge it up.
They've got it now. Scuffed looking for it. They just still gets booped here. So Sawhill will zone the back line, but does not get anything else. Goes to mark the Ash on the other side. So does at least keep them contained, to be honest. And they're wasting all their time trying to get through this Winston. So Chime's going to die again in the meantime. They have full control of point as Astro comes up again. Has Primal, so can drag it out for a while. But X10 good for the pulse bomb here. Sawhill is going behind. Has the Primal. But the Bob on point. Astro's Primal doing work on the other side as well. Not even Primal, just jump back. And Sawhill's going to have to accept their fate, take the reset, and all of a sudden this dive pick not looking too hot from Timeless Ethereal a couple of fights in.
Yes, that's a very nice recontest from Fluffy Dreamland there. X10 once again gifting us a pick, but it just is not enough for them to close it out. Timeless Ethereal on the back foot once again. Bun has the barrage, and that can be difficult to deal with, but really it's the nano barrage that you've really got to watch out for in this matchup. Bun getting so much poke onto Astro though. Astro getting their primal picked pre-fight. Bun then being juggled into the corner by Astro. Very dangerous stuff there. Unbelievable that Astro, they had their primal forced out, and then it has actually led to them getting a kill. Sawhill having their own primal forced out, but X10 once again the gifter of picks, taking down Haven. Sawhill primaling the Ana into the corner. Down goes Prota. Astro as well. Sawhill with the double, and this could be the cap coming through for Timeless Ethereal.
There we go. It took them a few attempts, a few false starts, failed to convert the advantages that they maybe should have, but they get through first point. We'll move on to this second point, which is often the trickier part when they can have this Ana Brig just sit on the backline here. We see Bun trying to take any kind of early spam or disruption, but doesn't find anything. Pulse bomb here onto Astro, so X10, what a generous mood she's in. Just pick after pick after pick. And this will keep the cart rolling as we actually get a copy come out from Chime here. Doesn't want to die here. We'll just keep trading onto Sawhill, but Sawhill has full pockets, so unless Chime can hit this stick somehow, which he doesn't, I think this copy will end up just being a waste.
Yes, Chime has gone long with the pulse bomb, unfortunately unable to will it into existence though. Fluffy Dreamland, they're holding this high ground. Nanobix comes out onto Sawhill and Haven catches it on the chin, as does Grapes. So that is a very good fight for Ethereal now. Wasted ultimates for Fluffy Dreamland coming back to bite them when the nanotone comes around for Ethereal. The death of Scuffed, this could be significant though. This could slow down the snowball a little bit. Scuffed is going to have to walk on back, and Fluffy Dreamland is going to be able to recontest the close space.
They do have the Rally Barrage coming back up once they do get Scuffed back to the fight here, so still a powerful combo to use. Prota has Nano, so maybe a lot of emphasis here on Astro to convert this into some kind of trade. Any trade will do, as Halo will bash out here. Has the Rally if she gets into trouble. Will now rally and rotate. Scuff forward the sleep on the Barrage on the other side, so Bun dies for this, but the payload's walking in. Sawhill has the Primal to go. Is anyone with them, though? They need a little bit of help. 1v4 right now, Sawhill just needs to try and play their life. They dealt with Astro from the back.
No.
Here comes Timeless Ethereal now, but a later rally from Grapes coming out could get a lot of value here. Chime bundling onto the point as well. They're trying to focus down this Echo, but this later rally from Grapes is just doing everything, and they should be able to stabilize now. They repel them, and Timeless Ethereal 1.5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, no, really clutch rally at the end there from Grapes to take down all of Ethereal one by one, coming in with the bash, taking down Halo, and just cleaning up. So much healing on the point too. Fluffy Dreamland, for the longest time, they were so close in that dogfight on the point, but the rally was keeping everyone sustained just enough. It was so close. Sawhill so close to turning into something special with that Primal Rage, almost getting the C9 with it, but it was just a little bit too late. Unfortunate. Now, unfortunately as well, 4-timers Ethereal, that was the majority of their ult bank. Bun, Sawhill both committing their ultimates there, and for nothing. So now Fluffy Dreamland, they have the position and they have the ultimates. 4 ultimates online just about. Copy invested from Chime. Oh, catching Bun mid-air with the Copy Farah. Oh, that's really rough for Ethereal. Now we're going to have only one more fight.
Oh, yeah. Trying to focus down as Winston will get at as well. They do have the Nano. They can do a Nano Primal type engage. The problem really for Times Ethereal is their backline just gets traded in these situations. And if that happens, it's always hard to ultimately finish the cap. They're going to have to walk up quite quickly as well here. Time against them here. And they have to try and survive the Nano Primal of their own and a Bob too. So really difficult situation. Even more difficult if your Ash just dies like that. Scuffed is now split. Needs to get this Nano off. The Nano's going, but they've lost the backline already. Sawhill's going to get slept. Does have the Primal to keep going, but the backline from Ethereal has evaporated. X10 gets her one, as she always does, but Sawhill doesn't even get the Primal off in the end. And a pretty good hold, all things considered, for Fluffy Dreamland.
Yes, I mean, X10 truly good for one every single fight. Pulse bombs, picks on Widow, it doesn't matter what hero they're on, they always manage to get something. But unfortunately, the Ethereal backline, with that ultimate deficit, they weren't able to even cross through main. Just blocked out by Astro on the Winston, and there's just nothing they can do to get over to the point. So honestly, you know, it's not a terrible attack for Ethereal, but the cart, you know, they haven't pushed it all that far. Is that where the card ended? Right there? I thought it got further than that, to be honest. I thought it almost got to the end of the point.
Yeah, I thought we kind of had a cap fight at the end right there.
Yeah, no, maybe that's not where it ended. That's just where it rolled back to or something. But yeah, Ethereal, they got all the way to the end of the second point, but they couldn't quite cap it out. So they are going to have their work cut out for them here on this defense.
Yeah, a lot to be done, and we saw some of the mistakes, and that can be really costly. We've seen it all day in EMEA, Winston's via classic one jump, one die. We've seen a few of these from Sawhill as well. Any sort of mistake like that on the defense will be fatal as well. They don't have a lot of distance and progress from their own attack to work with, so they really have to be very disciplined. They will be starting on the Alari as well, which don't necessarily hate. A lot of nice places to put the pylon here to help support your Farah hold a certain angle as well. But we start with a pretty similar hold here with Sawhill on the far side of the opposite. Now, Haven's going to go for the grapples, and this one, surely this time, nobody will die to the grapple, especially having someone die to the grapple in the previous attack.
You say that surely nobody will die to it, but I have seen stranger things occur. Haven going for the hookshot now, and everyone actually has D-peeked it. X10 looked like they were briefly trying to tempt fate there. I think I saw an Ash peeking up the back, but by the time the Widow shot was charged, X10 had D-peeked, escaped off into the night, and now we have Sawhill jumping over across for a little bit of space. Haven, though, just blitzing through, almost taking down Bun early in the piece. Very aggressive from Haven, almost paid off, but now very difficult for them to posture without having any recall or anything like that. And we are going to see Ethereal just cleaning up with no Tracer for the side of Fluffy Dreamland, and just a very odd fight. All of Dreamland disappearing.
It was weird. Astro and Haven seemed to do a decent job getting that initial space. Then just out of nowhere, Sawhill gets the kill onto Grapes. And the nature of Annabrig a lot of the time is if one part of it falls, the other one is very likely to follow. Haven's managed to maintain his position behind, though. Will start forcing the cap now. Then baits it back, trying to pull Bun out of position. Now trying to turn it into a dive with their Winston. Gets on top here, looking for it. And Astro's actually killed Scuffed in all of this as well. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but now Anna disadvantage is going to be huge for Times Ethereal. They can't recover any of this healing in any meaningful way for a while. They're trying to get all the healing they can off of Halo, but they've had to take a much more defensive position while they wait for Scuffed.
Yeah,
oh, Halo dies too.
Oh, jeez, this is looking really rough for Timeless Ethereal now. This double flex comp, it's so greedy on the defense is the thing. If you make even one little mistake, you will get caught out. The absence of a Brig is so significant in these dive matchups, especially on a map like this where the sight lines, even though they are wide, they are rather close. So it's really easy for the Winston to close the gap. Astro slept up though, giving Timeless Ethereal a chance here, but that chance has slipped through our fingers. It has all but evaporated as X10 and Sawhill both go down. And now we're looking at a second point with 4.5 minutes to cap for Fluffy Dreamland.
Backline's going to die a little bit staggered here as well, so they'll get the first part of the push for free, and the nature of how this Paricio second works is this first part's very easy for the attackers. You don't really get contested that much, so they'll get it into a really dangerous situation really quickly here, Dreamland. They've got the Primal, they've got the copy to go with, and while they have the full bank of ultimates on the side from Timeless Ethereal, they have to win 4 minutes worth of fights to keep themselves in this map.
Yeah, and I mean, Ethereal, at least they have a good ultimate bank now, you know? Can't do much worse than 5, but Fluffy Dreamland, they have 4. Sawhill going for the Primal up on the high ground, but X10, even though Sawhill is slept out, Prota does go down to X10, so this is a very good start for Ethereal, slowing down Dreamland's push, and Astro committed the Primal and all of that as well. Mirrored Primal commitments, actually. Actually, Sawhill wants more. They've gone deeper. They've landed full jump pack damage on Grapes and noting a kill. Unfortunately, they have died trying to jump out, and that is not great for Ethereal, because now they're not going to be able to hold the most aggressive positions here on second point, and that's a real problem for the defenders, because they have so few fights left. There's only one fight worth of margin if they can't hold aggressively.
You can see him just inching that payload through with the Tracer. The Tracer does just give him that payload advantage. Button trying to mark it now, but not just marks it, actually kills Haven, so that's going to put a bit of a stunt on this. They copy the Ana, actually chime with the backline off screen. Captive Sun in response, and oh, Barrage Captive Sun. They do really kill that rally. Probably didn't need all of it in the end. I think they both just made the same decision to ult the rally at the same time. Works out. Late trade onto X10 won't be the end of the world, I think, as they'll get a few staggers of their own. And reasonable ult trade, to be fair. We're in a nano v nano situation. Bob advantage for X10, and Halo's going to make the Brig swap too.
Yeah, I think, you know, the commitment of the Barrage and the Captive Sun at the same time, not the end of the world. And Halo getting over to the Brig, much safer for the long run. Now we're coming up to a Nano Winston turn for Fluffy Dreamland, and we need to see that countered out by something. So it makes a lot of sense that Halo would swap over to the Brig so that then they can counter that out. You see Haven now already being caught by X10. X10 rotating a lot, doing so much on this Ash. Here on the low ground, actually Coach Gun's up to the top and is not going to get caught by the initial Nano dive, but Chime is there to slice it up. So X10 unfortunately taken down. Sawhill has popped the Primal Rage now and gotten a trade, so Grapes has gone down. This is a 3 versus 3 for Timeless Ethereal and Fluffy Dreamland. X10 coming back very soon with the Bob though. Primal Rage is now expired on either side, and Halo has taken down Haven. So this is an incredible hold now for Ethereal.
All of a sudden it starts to look really winnable, right? X10 did try and take a bit of I guess an abnormal kite, trying to play aggressive, gets caught by Chime. But the real thing is, again, Sawhill was able to trade for backline. The same problem we saw on the other side, right? Getting this backline to survivors. We are going to get a pause coming in as we actually lose Astro with all of that. What was his ult charge?
Yeah. I can't bring myself to rewind.
I'm not sure what they've lost. Someone in chat will know. Someone will be more attentive than us. But all of a sudden, this is a very winnable situation for Timeless Ethereal. Oh yeah, he just primaled, actually. Just primaled, so it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, no, not the end of the world, especially as an attacker, you know. They were destined to go back to spawn and walk out from nowhere anyway. So they're not going to lose any defensive positioning for it. Maybe we've got like 2 fights left on the map at this point. There's actually been a very solid hold from Ethereal, holding for so long that now, I mean, it looked kind of doomed after the first point. The first point, it was just a fumble and a fold. But now, you know, actually not too bad. And with Astro on 0%, we may not even see another Primal on this offense.
Yeah, I think we got Nano. If I remember right, there's Nanos in the hands of both Annas, but X10 has the Bob as well. So really just a classic setup, right? Could even use the Bob just to deal a little bit with their Nano Winston timing, Nano your own Winston in. And again, if the same thing we saw on the defense on the other side, if the Winston and Tracer for the defenders can just keep getting these trades, really hard to get significant progress towards the end of this second point. So if they can keep doing that, they might be on for a winner.
reasonable chance at that. Fortunately, Morello and Uber so good at stalling, but we don't get to hear a second of that because we are on the clean feed. So I can only imagine what... Wait, Ben, are you still in the chat? Can you see this fucking French tuck coming out from Uber? Unbelievable. Absolutely fucking unreal, dude. Like, what is this guy doing?
He's leading the way. Leading the way, I guess.
Ange emote, dude. I hate the French tuck, dude. What's good, Tree? It really pains me to see the Tree isn't subscribed, you know? Just not much of a supporter.
Just leaving you short. Oh, we're back in. 1 minute 30 on the clock. And actually, no, I lied about Nanos. It's just a Bob versus a copy, which is a pretty even situation. Halo slightly ahead on Rally. Probably look to get a copy and a going if you can from Chime here. Oh, it's an aggressive Bob. Oh my god, X10 wins that!
It's unbelievable that X10 wins that. It seemed like their number was up. Looked like with the Echo's positioning, there was no hope for them whatsoever, but somehow they have managed to turn this one. So the Bob actually getting reasonable value just because they've managed to win the duel versus that Echo. Going into the next fight too, Bun has the barrage, scuffed 90% on the Nano Boost as well, and Halo with the rally is going to be able to weather any storm that comes for them up on the high ground. Bun being dived, however, so low, but manages to get out. Thankfully, they have given Farah so much mobility that it is literally an unkillable behemoth of a hero. Okay, now Nanoboost dive onto Sawhill up in main. Bun once again being taken so incredibly low, but they have survived yet again. Sawhill under pressure in main, but they do have the jump if they would like to back jump, and it is a 5 versus 4. Fluffy Dreamland really on their last legs here. Ethereal still have ultimates to spare.
Everything can be matched right now. Nano, copy, all available for Dreamland, but a defensive rally for Barrage to even get a trade. We see Chime now on the far side of our screen trying to come through House, but they're making his life hard, so will copy the Ana, but slept out of the sky. They still get the X10 trade. The rally coming through defensively from Halo, but they've lost 2 player advantage for Dreamland. This is their moment. They're trying to push into the backline. There's for Nano. Sleep onto Sawhill as well, and this might just be the opening. Sawhill still has Primal. Can keep it going for a little bit. Would be a miracle to get a trade right now. How many people are coming back? They've got the Kiri coming back. Sawhill just desperately trying to live as well. Bob now comes out as well from Haven. It might just be the finish. They get the whip. One more touch, but Bob's going to do so much work shredding them. One more bubble now from Astro Primal onto the back line as well.
It's gone down.
Oh,
it's not enough. It was so close. It really was looking like Ethereal could hold that one. But Fluffy Dreamland at the 11th hour, they come through with these clutch kills. Sleeps onto Sawhill as well, stopping all of the trade potential for Timeless Ethereal. And it's 2-0 now. It's looking like I might be blessed with an early sleep after all.
We got once again find ourselves at the end of NA rooting for a result. The result... Right now, looks like it's going Fluffy Dreamland's way, and we've seen him take the dive mirror there. It's the sort of loss, though, where I think if your time is Ethereal, it maybe doesn't completely put you off taking the dive mirror again, but there's also the option, I think, to shift this into a very different type of matchup, either with a circuit or with a... obviously, we've seen Halo playing a lot of that at Lari as well, and I could go hand in hand with that, or also just onto a Shambali or something for more of a brawl mirror, so... Decisions to be made for Ethereal.
Yeah, no, difficult decisions to be made for Ethereal now because they have lost a couple of matchups now to the Winston. I feel as if Circuit, might not be a bad shout, just change the tempo of things a little bit. Get more of the double flex options, get Astro off the Winston. I think that could be the move.
Yeah, get a chance for X10 to play Widow as well. Like, as much as we've seen Haven probably play more Tracer than Ash for the most part, it certainly feels like X10's having a large impact when she's on the hit scan.
Yeah. Did somebody say slop?
Probably. He's back on it. So, I mean, it was a little bit skeptical of the dive swap. Ultimately, it does come down to kind of one final fight, right? Everything... So many things that could have gone different with those ults, but does go the way. You think it's Shambali time now? Could be right, could be right. Yeah, they just end up in such a pickle here. Commit deep with the rally trying to make a play. Probably do just need a trade at that point. seems reasonable. But then, since they don't get value with their slight ult advantage here, or just before this time as Ethereal, all of a sudden they just find themselves in that situation where it's now just a Bob Primal as they try and recontest. And what can you do against the Bob Primal in that situation? Really hard to get out, really hard to get yourself on point. Nighttime action Barley, nighttime here, so it adds up. Okay, yeah, I can see the logic. I can see the logic. And it will be Dorado, actually. So Timeless Ethereal, Phil, that map was close enough. They want to keep taking it the dive route here. So we'll see much more Winston and a Brig. Maybe a chance for Illari out of Halo as well. I don't think Illari's really been that bad. Maybe a bit more of a bit more use on the defense as it is on the attack. Easier to just maintain those high ground positions. Use your boop on the Winston still. But I think could be effective. Maybe a chance for X10 to go Widow as well. I think there is probably definitely a hit scan advantage here for Ethereal if they can get there. But a lot of questions to be asked. You think it's so over? Didn't account for nighttime Dorado. It's nighttime in many places at once. Oof, oof, oof. You think it's so over? I don't know. I don't know. The last map was close enough. The attack didn't feel that great. There were some sloppy bits, right? But I don't know. If X10 can Widow, maybe it's reasonable enough. I can get behind that. I can get behind that decision, you know? Oh, fuck. This reminds me, I actually still need to buy my Stockholm tickets. Fuck. And probably book for flights. And probably book a hotel. Probably do all of those things. And probably trick Toronto into paying for at least some of it. If I could do those 4 things, then we'll be really cooking. Hold on, I'm just checking on a couple of things. But it seems we're in a pretty reasonable situation. Okay. And it looks like Dorado is about to kick off. And we'll get to see a bit more of this Winston mirror we've seen so far. Don't imagine there'll be all that many surprises. We have seen some sort of Pharah played a lot. Pharah can still be good here. Maybe more on the defense side than the attack. How much are flights? I actually haven't checked it, which would be part of the problem. They shouldn't be that expensive from the UK, though. Like, UK to Stockholm should be a relatively, well, 1, sure, and 2, cheap. About 100 per person? That's really quite reasonable, actually. Really very reasonable. Okay, there we go. Winston and a Brig. And now, all of a sudden, for Timeless Ethereal, the sort of net win here is not only because X10 going to get to play Widow, it actually puts Bun on Tracer, which I think is by far her best hero that we've seen her on. So, Tracer especially good on Dorado just because of all this point control as well. Always nice to be able to anchor the point, keep it locked down, delay progress, otherwise you can have it really moved against you. So, we're going in. Grapple shot from Haven. Into a shield. X10 was actually waiting for it, but can't find the headshot. So, nothing out of that one as the bubbles are traded. And Haven will be swapping onto the Tracer. So, Tracer Echo into the Widow here.
Yeah, I think that this is going to be a bit of a shooting gallery for X10. We've seen some really seriously solid performances from X10 throughout the day. And I think as long as they don't overcommit to this close angle, you know, as long as they are able to play for the long sideline as much as possible, this is going to be a really solid hold for Ethereal. It's actually really hard to get on top of the Widowmaker here. Oh. Really nice dive coming through from Sawhill and Bun as well, taking down Grapes. Prota, however, well, X10 has actually gone down to Haven though, so that is a big deal. But the backline of Fluffy Dreamland, they are all dead. Astro going for the all-in dive on the backline now, getting slept up by Scuffed. Very nice indeed. So this is looking like a solid hold so far from Ethereal. They do need to force out Haven though. They're causing a little bit of trouble up in the back.
Bun looking for him now. Checking every corner. I think they know where they are. No, wrong corner. Haven will get the first clip. We'll back them up. Does, of course, have full pockets, so Haven can't really do much and preserve their own existence for now. As we come into a primal advantage for Sawhill, X10 should be in the fight soon. Just a bubble on top for Astro trying to clear it, and they've got payload to this corner, which will force Ethereal to take a back step and play just now from the far side near the cap.
Now going in, we've got a lot of ultimates about to come online for Ethereal. The nano boost onto the Winston could be deadly here. Chime almost has the copy, but it's really hard to get a copy off on this part of the map. You can see Ethereal, they're playing for the position, and X10 just rips Grapes' head off.
Yeah, drops the shield at the worst possible moment trying to get around the corner, and this is part of the reason, even though going to the dive maybe seems like a hot take after losing it, the ability to get X10 onto this hit scan, and as a result, bun onto the Tracer as well. Huge swing, I think, for Times Ethereal, just in terms of their 2 DPS players really now on 2 of their best heroes. So, the full ults coming back, Haven still on this big old flank. Chime's also behind. Is anyone from Fluffy Dreamland not behind right now? Both DPS coming in from this flank, and it's going to be full sticks onto the Widow. Beam comes through, Primal comes through, Defensive Nano will save Halo, but they lose Scuffed. The backline traders in play, though, as Sawhill and Bun are good with their ults. Now coming back to deal with this Tracer and Winston, but here comes Sawhill. Needs to try and preserve their life here, and Bun won't. I don't know if they get a recontest here. It's going to be really awkward timing if Sawhill gets staggered out here. Sawhill surviving crucial.
Yeah, no, Sawhill has seemed to have made it out. Walls actually invested for X10, so they're absolutely going all in for this recontest. Winston jumped from Astro and a copy Winston from Chime, so there's just an absolute menagerie of Winstons here on the second point, and the touch comes in with only 0.06 meters, so this is really rough.
They have to get, they concede it in the end, and now they're going to be forced all the way back. Obviously, Widow pretty good on first point, Widow pretty good on second point, but Fluffy Dreamland going to try and make advantage here. Decisions to make whether they get their backline onto the high ground early. They do have that rally, so could even take the rally trade in that situation. Can't quite see where they are now. For now, they're just trying to clear out Sawhill from this. Nade just hit Astro, will force him out. 1 HP, gets away with it. But this allows Ethereal to stabilize.
Yeah, no, that's a rough one for Astro to get out. That's so much nano boost charge for Proto. That's going to bring them so much closer to a proper push turn. They're still in the free push zone of the map right now, but we're starting to get into the area where X10 really needs to start lighting up on the Widow. As I say that, X10 hooks up into the sky, takes off Haven's head in the middle of the hookshot. Incredible performance from them. But Astro in the back takes down X10. No follow-up from anyone else. Just a jump, a bubble, and a dream. And X10 goes down. Now it's a 4 versus 4. Astro catches the bash of Halo on the chin, but manages to make it out alive. And now Fluffy Dreamland, they're vying for the high ground, but X10 on the respawn, another one. They just keep giving and giving.
Astro goes for one more jump in there. I think presuming either to get the nano or to get a primal of his own, but jumps right into the last bash from Halo, and X10 hits the execution shot. And now, again, miss their timing, get a chance to stabilize. They've gone early here. Nate does hit. Astro's going to try and mark for Widow, forces him back, but doesn't stop X10 at all. Takes down Chime in that one of all things. Now the primal for the rally trait here. Proto and Grapes can live, but live is all they get to do. They won't get to do much more. Astro's going to be slept on the high ground. Primal to double down here, taking a lot of damage. Needs to be careful to survive. Will be okay. Goes for one more onto the Widow. So desperate to kill X10. Does get the kill, but now has to deal with the Anna Brig. Nano comes out in exchange for Sawhill. Bun hits for Pulse Bomb, and this should be the backline getting traded here. They're all so low. The damage is done. Bun can clean up here. Astro's still doing work on this backline, but Halo and Scuffed hold on.
Yeah, I mean, look, X10 has been doing so much work again and again, just headshot after headshot. Every time things look dicey for Ethereal, X10 is there to clutch it up. And now, again, we look over at the ult situation, and it honestly looks like Ethereal are in a position to hold. Dreamland, they need to do something aggressive, but Halo, they have the rally. They are going to be able to pop the rally and keep everybody alive with it. X10 has the walls as well, so they're going to be able to mark any flank when they choose to.
Yeah, eyes on the Tracer now. X10 knows where the danger will be coming from. This will force Haven to slow it down. Maybe even reconsider approaching from a different angle. X10's going to rotate to the far side now. Try and get an angle on this backline, but Astro has her in his sights. Counter jump actually from Sawhill going all the way. Forces a pretty far back Primal. Now the copy Winston comes in and they might be getting hit from monkeys from both sides here. Defensive rally from Halo deals with one, but here's the second Primal. They're going to get juggled all over the place. Scuffed is in, Scuffed will fall, but again, they still get the trades and Halo's really getting taken for a trip right now. Has to deal with the Echo. One of the trickier 1v1s for Brig. Doesn't get it, but that one trade onto the backline might just work out for Ethereal. They will be coming back with a pretty good situation as we hit overtime.
Yeah. Halo actually making swaps in spawn just to get out a little bit faster, walking back on the Brig in the end. Sawhill has the Primal Rage. Not a great selection of targets to go for with the Primal Rage. Really only can go for backline here versus the Tracer Echo Winston. Prota, 86%, but Astro cops a nade on the chin, and Sawhill is actually able to clean up that kill. And then Sawhill appears to be going for more. Got the Ana locked away in the corner here. Sawhill is going to go down. Nano Boost comes out onto Grapes, but that Nano Boost might have been a little bit much. Perhaps would have been better spent on Haven, who has to hold it down on the cart. Fluffy Dreamland hanging on by a thread. The Pulse Bomb comes, and it catches the inside of Grapes' shield, so it is looking like Timeless Ethereal might be able to cap this one out. It is so close. Scuffed, glued to the cart. X10 comes back on the Widowmaker, takes down Haven and Chime. Typical X10 at this point. We're getting far too used to seeing X10 in the kill feed.
It's always really important timings as well. Like, coming back there gets the cleanup. That was maybe some of the least important shots she had to hit, whereas they maybe had that fight anyway. But all the other ones were just crucial picks just as the dive's about to start or on the dive timing, which just completely unraveled Fluffy Dreamland's attempts to be aggressive. And I think really just completely solid. Scuffed, Halo, X10, rock solid up there. And we saw a bit similar to Parisio, right? Where whenever the backline were trying to rotate underneath for Prota and Grapes, they were just getting traded, whether it was a Pulse Bomb, a Primal, a Nade, just X10 shooting them in the face. There was always something that went wrong for them. And to be fair, Timeless Ethereal did hit the same problem with their Parisio attacks, so they need to try and find a solution for that, but maybe the Widow will just bail them out in these situations. Always nice to have those free picks come in, and it doesn't feel like Haven's willing to mirror here.
Yeah, look, I think the offense, if you want to see an upshot for Fluffy Dreamland, not that we necessarily need an upshot for the team that is 2-0 ahead already, is that the Widow is actually so much more difficult to execute on the attack. X10, for all of their defensive prowess, or for all their prowess on the defense, it is a defense hero, Widow. You play this on the offense, and it's so hard to get the angle. It's so easy for the enemy Winston to just play above you, mark you, and Winston Tracer will be on you again and again and again. You can see now X10, I'm not sure if they're having an identity crisis in spawn swapping between the Hunter and the Widow. Maybe they were going for some sort of like Sonic Arrow tech out of the spawn. But
the backbone
again,
arrow.
The Widowmaker, yeah, the backer's arrow perhaps. But the Widowmaker is really difficult to execute here on the offense. I mean, if someone is capable of doing it, probably would be X10 because they just seem to be turning water to wine this series. But at the same time, yeah, no, they are going to swap over to the Tracer Echo. Actually, they're not going to go for the Widowmaker. Not sure how strong X10's Tracer is compared to the Widow. I mean, it looked pretty solid in terms of pulse bombs on Parizo, but it wasn't enough to close it out for them. Astro going down really early in the piece though, so not a bad start at all for Timeless Ethereal.
Fluffy Dreamland have to be decisive here. If they try and get out too late, they'll just get staggered, and I think it might be a stagger. The sleep will not save them. They're going to try and trade Sawhill, but no, loads of free cart push, and they will get a retake here, Dreamland. It's going to be a pretty ugly retake coming back through this choke. No ults with which to do it, and Astro needs to be careful not just to get traded right at the start of this one as well.
Yeah, Astro giving away a little bit of ult charge to Bun, but that will lead to a faster nano for Prota, 73-74%. Having to go deep and touch the cart though, so Astro is going to be under a lot of pressure right now, going to have to back jump very soon. Actually is unable to get that back jump off, and even though it's a 1-for-1 trade here on the first point, we are going to see an extremely fast cap for Timeless Ethereal, so things are not looking good at all for Fluffy Dreamland now.
Yeah, they'll at least get to clean up the fight, but a 5-minute time bank with not even a completion to their name on their own attacks. So many opportunities now for Ethereal, and we've really seen it's been a sort of one plan has worked so far for Ethereal. Can they play through the Winston? Can they punish Astro? And the opportunities just keep on coming. This is obviously a bit of a map that was so difficult for Dreamland on their attack. They're going to try and go and clear this right-hand side first. So space for Bun, space for Sawhill, and that payload is still just chugging along here. And full stick actually onto Haven. There they go. Primal into the backline from Sawhill. Does get the sleep, but this is big trouble potentially. They need trades here, Fluffy Dreamland.
Yeah, very disruptive Primal in the backline from Sawhill, perhaps enabling Bun to get that full stick so easily. And it looks like Timeless Ethereal actually want to keep the pressure up. Bun committing the copy, and it looks like they're going the distance right here and now. Astro very low, actually back jumps and is getting healed up. Haven takes down X10, so this is a stabilization for Fluffy Dreamland. The Primal comes out for Bun, but only able to commit deep without actually landing any jump pack damage with that Primal. Basically just like a forced overextension with that Primal Rage. Perhaps Bun not entirely realizing that the Primal was about to immediately expire and leave them caught in the enemy main.
Think she forgot she wasn't actually playing Winston and thought it was just the start of a normal Primal the way she goes in there to mark the backline. So, yeah, actually, a big miss here, right? Copy invested, Nano invested, Rally invested, don't get what they're looking for. Obviously, Fluffy Dreamlands are looking a little bit low too, but they have that defender's advantage on the high ground. In comes the dive now, Bubbles off the Ash. Haven will coach back to his team. X10's just going to be forcing the cart, lurking with this pulse bomb. Anyone feel like stopping X10? Alright, here we go. They're coming. Sawhill slept in the back. Doesn't have Primal, but will be getting awfully close to it. Pulse Bomb comes out. X10 does get the Primal in time. Halo's killed Haven as well, and Sawhill's crushed him in the back. And Timeless Ethereal not going out without a fight here. Will clean this map up.
Yeah, total collapse there for Fluffy Dreamland. It's so difficult when you play these comps that don't have a tracer and someone starts pressuring the cart. There's no good candidate for who should go there, you know? The Brig standing on the cart, maybe it's good for the Brig to survive, but it's total wank for the Brig's impact in any other way. And both DPS don't want to be on the cart. Ash has a little bit of difficulty playing down there. Echo has no value playing down there. I suppose it does probably have to be something like the Ash, because at least the Ash, if they get died, they can coach gun up onto the high ground or something like that. So yeah, the lack of a cart control there really just resulting in a complete collapse for Fluffy Dreamland. I do kind of wonder what they're going to do with the next map now, because I thought that, you know, Fluffy Dreamland, it's like, oh, Winston, this is the matchup, this is what's working for them. And now they've actually wound up losing a Winston matchup, so I'm not really sure what matchup favors anyone anymore. Feels like my understanding of who is and isn't, you know, good at something has just collapsed.
Yeah, I was sort of expecting a bit more brawl from Timeless Ethereal as well, and it would be Fluffy Dreamland picking more of the dive maps, but now that fate maybe falls to Fluffy Dreamland, and they've only got the push and the flashpoint to work with as well, which maybe kind of forces you a bit more in a brawl direction anyway. Maybe with the exception of Runa Sapi, maybe Colosseo.
Yeah.
But
I just realised I forgot the slop. See you, Xavier.
You're always sloppy with a slop. So hold on, I need to remember to update. Citrus Nightmare 3-2 versus TSM. All right, the results are locked in. All right, there we go. Fluffy's not the best in dive, no. I feel like I see him playing it quite often. Can vouch from calling all hero streams. Okay. Where was the NRG shot game played? Who had it? I think it was either BPL. Was it BPL 1? BPL's channel was where it was played. And now find ourselves find ourselves in a situation where there's no obvious choices. I guess they could just go to Brawl. It's not like they did win that control center, right? Even if a Reinhardt maybe seemed like a little bit of a false pick here. Good night, Sand. Good night for real. Good shift. Oh, Chime. X10's actually so good. Even the Tracer really reasonable. Like, X10 and Bun. So good, actually. I think there is like there is a bit of a thing, maybe especially more so with Bun, where like Bun's Echo and Farah is okay, but Tracer is a real pop-off hero. And what happens sometimes when they want to run like the Tracer Echo, it means X10's on her Tracer, which she's fine at. She's got good value so far, right? But not the same level as obviously the same level of impact she can have on hitscan. So what happens is when Bun goes over to the Echo or Farah, it also puts X10, so they're just not quite on their like best heroes. Like when I think I've seen Timeless Ethereal at their best, it is when they can get like that Tracer Ash going or something. Because here we see Bun actually kind of just taking it to Haven, you know? So I don't know. I don't know. Wouldn't be amiss to see more of it, but the dive matchup's been relatively good. I think Sawhill's looked reasonable as well. Certainly seems like Astro's been the one punished more often. Caught in more of these classic one jump, one jump, one death situations. Yeah, big difference there for Fluffy Dreamland. Damage and healing relatively equal, and it's going to be New Junk City. So I think was this for one, Hitori, you were saying they play a decent amount of Orisa on? Fluffy Dreamland, that is. So we're going to see some of the Orisa. They're obviously kind of really ruined Sawhill's day on the Reinhardt right at the start of the series back on Lijiang Tower Control Center. But I kind of don't think we'll see the Ryan again. Especially not with how it went in that earlier series, so... Eyes on what Timeless Ethereal are going to roll out on here. Match very much does sort of force you to play some kind of Lucio Brawl type comp. They're actually subbing in Sniper for this. So Sniper, a player I'm not super familiar with. Maybe I could get a quick pronoun check as well if people know. Because presumably Sniper also on the Calling All Heroes roster. They? Thank you, Del Sleeps. So Sniper, I guess, I mean, loading up on the Sigma now, so maybe they have a read on expecting the Orisa. And going to be rolling out here on, well, that's actually quite a reasonable comp. Just Sigma into the Orisa, a classic type of counter, but this might offset that sort of frontline advantage here. So they're going to try and swing wide. Bun on the Venture's an interesting combination with this type of comp here. And both teams have gone opposite sides, so a bit of space for everyone.
Yeah, very bizarre comps coming out from either side here. Orisa doesn't seem to match up very well into the Sigma, and despite that, Bun appears to have gone down very early in the piece. I'm not sure whether they had their burrow or not, but you know, just really weird comps from either side. Feels like everyone is just trying to avoid the meta heroes. You know, I think the more meta heroes are like Malgar and Ram, and we're just not seeing that.
Yeah, word on the street is Fluffy Dreamland do a fair amount of Orisa, which, I mean, I feel like Orisa's kind of, it's like okay into a lot of things, even if it's maybe not the best in a lot of needs. Sniper coming in, playing the Sigma, should match up well, but, I mean, honestly, both teams kind of just walked around in circles, and Bun died super early, so we might see more of a proper, more standard fight here, and it looks like they want to try and go underneath in this staircase, give themselves a little bit of space, obviously scared of that Maywall timing, and they'll get that space, and we'll see what Bun chooses to do next.
Yeah, Bun creeping in now, but again, they have to use the burrow very early because they've been poked out so much at the start, and then nothing to dig out onto, actually. Instead, getting counterwalled by Chime, and Bun is going to go down first a second time. 2 lives for 25% of their ultimate. Very, very rough start for Bun.
And as a result, the rest of them are just going to get run over as well, and this first point hasn't really been a first point at all. It's just been Bun dying super early, and now the swap onto the Pharah probably feels okay into this. I mean, it's still a little bit weird, but I think it's at least, I mean, anything will be better than that Venture at this point, to be fair.
Yeah, I think, you know, a pretty rough start for Ethereal, but I think the Pharah swap, it's a good thing, especially as we lead to more open points. We've got an outdoorsy point from the looks of it, so the Pharah's going to match very well on this more outdoorsy point. That works just fine. Maybe it would be worse if we actually wound up with one of the indoor ones, but you know, chances had it that we're going to wind up just fine. X10 taking down Chime early in the piece, but Scuffed being traded by Astro, not ideal. But Halo gets Grapes as well, so this is a good look for Ethereal. Sniper, everyone is falling by the wayside. I don't actually know what's happened here, because the only ultimate invested was Chime's Blizzard. So somehow Chime's Blizzard has resulted in the entirety of Fluffy Dreamland just spontaneously combusting. Not entirely sure how that happened.
Well, he should stop pressing that button then, because it caused him massive problems. So now we're going to get a pretty healthy ult bank from both teams. Could start with Bob's trades here, window trades here. The Flux in play as well. Sniper could even drop that early just to try and get a beat out. And it's actually going to be a wide swing with the window here. Proto trying to get a little bit of space onto point. Bob comes out first from Haven. X10 going to match. Window's going to be matched as well. Everyone's going to spend some time shooting a Bob. Now the beat comes out here. And the beats will be traded. So the Bob trade does go the way of Fluffy Dreamland. And they concede for point. So a very civil battle there on the point as all the ults are traded in unison. Terror Surge is available for Astro, but a huge problem. Has to try and save himself with it. The lamp will help. Holds onto it for so long, and Sniper can't get the Flux off. And this retake works out for Fluffy Dreamland, at least for now. But Bun's still lurking around on the Farah, can cause them problems. And they're still trying to flip the point back here in the middle of all of this. And Dreamland are struggling a little bit. There we go. The Farah falling should really put an end to their problems.
Yeah, Sniper being consumed by Astro's Terror Surge there. It looked really dicey when Astro went for it initially, so low on health, but the Gambit paid off, instead turning things around, stopping Sniper from getting that Flux off. So things are looking a little bit difficult now for Timeless Ethereal, but as time goes on, things will be okay for them again. X10 hooning towards another Bob, very, very quickly building that up. And Chime's flank has been caught out early. Sniper goes for the Flux, appears to have missed it though, getting nobody in it because their ult charge has gone back up so quickly. And now Astro just trying as they might to stall out the point, but there's no more value here. There's nothing to be had. Oh, Sniper almost being traded by Proto, but it's not going to lead to anything.
And actually pretty nice, because they've now got both DPS ults and the window coming up soon, Ethereal, to deal with this. Astro will be making that Ramattra swap. A pretty classic swap into Sigma, allows them to be quite aggressive, especially around those wall timings. So Sniper has to be careful. But in this big open point, you can imagine X10 and Bun taking pretty wide angles, making that walk up and engage quite difficult here. And already Bun considering going over the top, but gets poked out early. Now just damage onto Ramattra, and X10's just going to dome Haven immediately with that window, and that's going to put an end to Vish push, really. Bob behind, causing problems for late kill onto Astro. And we get the tie up here, 1-1.
Yeah, no, really solid for Ethereal there. X10 doing their signature move of just getting an opening pick.
Yeah, really nice of him to always do that in pretty much every fight. So, works out quite nicely. Bun still has the barrage for the next one. They'll make their way over. Looks like we're going to one of the inside points. Looks like point C. Chime does have this Blizzard as well, but will be point presence early for Ethereal, which again favors their comp. They can take a lot of space. You can see Bun going left early, runs into that Ash and will take a step back. Still trying to find a timing to get onto this barrage. There is a Lucio Ash split on the left here from Fluffy Dreamland. So they're just trying to mark that for now. Chime going right-hand side. Chime is all alone here. If they pounce on him, Chime's going to have the Ice Block force. Does have Blizzard here, but might be in a little bit of trouble. Will throw it out. Dies for it, though. Anyone freezing? Does freeze for BAP, actually. So they're able to get the BAP kill. His main source of healing gone. They're going to try and stagger out on point, but they didn't even cap first, actually, Timeless Ethereal. So it might just be a few late deaths here as Astro's trying to hunt down the remaining members.
Yeah, no, and it is looking like Astro is going to catch Sniper on the retreat. Chime trading 1-for-1 with the BAP turned out to be very valuable in the end. The absence of a BAP, very consequential when you're playing a comp like Timeless Ethereal. Looking over to the next fight now, I see mirrored beat drops. You know, a Bob for a Barrage. Barrage is a pretty difficult ult to execute in this inside-y point, though, to be honest. Farah does not have a lot of space. Maybe she can get something done very quickly, conking over, but not looking great. Maybe we'll see it combined with the beat drop. Sniper has another Gravitic Flux. Rock comes flying across the map to catch Chime on the chin. Astro actually burning down to half health already. Bob does come out. Sniper matches with the Gravitic Flux. That Gravitic Flux, I think it may have hit... What did it hit? The bulb or something? I'm not sure.
I think it was like a nothing one again. It seemed to run out very quickly. So Barrage of the back trays Haven. Sniper's going to try and stabilize here with him as Bun goes for another flank. Eyes on this Baptiste. Can't quite find the rockets. And Astro nearly has Annihilation if he feels it's clutchable. But also just save it for the retake. Seems really reasonable in this stage of the fight. Will just die on point. Any trade would be nice. And it actually gets a Bob out of X10. So an absolute dream there for Dreamland, as they can now push back with a window to start the fight, Annihilation to finish.
Yeah, no, big smiles on the faces of Fluffy Dreamland as X10 throws out that Bob. Maybe one too many ultimates invested for Ethereal. Dreamland only need the one fight win, and they're so ahead. They already have one ult lead, and they are going to have more if the fight goes long. Chime closing in on the Blizzard.
Yeah, need a bit of X10 magic here, really, if you're Timeless Ethereal. Opening pick would go a long way right now as they look to try and get onto point really quickly. Shield in, first form will be used. Wall off into the back. Nares for window from Protter. Just forcing point for now. Annihilation still available as the window comes back, but they're going to try and go through. Now, Astro's taking so much damage. Will be lamped in the corner. Just gets obliterated, but all this attention allows Haven to get 2. So it will be okay. They get the flip back. Bun will go for some last desperate trades, but a 1v4, no chance. And Dreamland put themselves 1 round away from advancing in the lower bracket.
Dreamland managing to close that one out. Even though Astro went down, the damage was done. They managed to get enough off to get 2 for 1 in that trade. And now, this could be the very final point for Timeless Ethereal's tournament run. We have a Blizzard for Chime, and Ethereal are going to have to retake up on this high ground. Really awkward space to retake into versus the Blizzard. It can be so hard to kite. There's a good wall to be caught here. Okay, immediately the wall comes up, and Sniper is running away. We've seen the Blizzard come out really deep, though. This is a bit much from Chime, a bit of an overinvestment, I might say. Haven, however, has managed to catch Halo, but X10 catches Chime. That's the thing, they've pushed through one too many chokes. Underneath, Bun manages to catch Grapes as well, and Fluffy Dreamland, they had the position, but they have not closed this one out, because Ethereal, they've managed to steal it away. The point cap actually goes the way of Fluffy Dreamland, with both Prota and Haven AFKing on the point underneath. Haven actually getting a trade onto Bun, but it's not going to be super consequential. Only 15% of the cap conceded, and Ethereal, they didn't have to spend any ultimates to win that fight, so now they are in the driver's seat.
It could be absolutely brutal for them now coming back, because they have to try and find a way through. They can start with Bob, but so many good answers on the side of Ethereal. The key here for Ethereal is to win this fight in a way that doesn't cost you a million ults, right? If you can just match ults, hold for space, something like that. Don't want to blow the whole load here.
Yeah, I mean, look, if they can avoid blowing the whole load in this one fight, that would be fantastic, because right now they do need to stay aware of the ult economy. We see this happen a lot towards the end fights of these series, where teams, they start to freak out, they start to throw way more in than they need to. Bob has come out from Haven, Sniper actually dies mid-cast of the Flux, Bun answers back with the Barrage, but is also traded out for it. X10 has the Bob, and God, Timeless Ethereal, they're actually willing to just give this one up without continuing to ult into the fight. Now X10 looks to be getting staggered, so we see an aggressive push here, headshot machine, but it's not enough to actually secure any kills. Just playing ring around the rosy on that pole.
There was a moment there where I thought XM was about to take 2 with her, but they do survive. They do get a little bit of a stagger out. Ramatra swap now from Sniper, equaling that one up, but all of a sudden, not only did they lose the fight, and those 2 ults kind of got no value, so it's a pretty even ult situation. Beat and Annihilation on the side of Dreamland now, Amber window here. XM can maybe kick it off with Bob. They're coming through. Bob will go through. Window 2. Astro's going to try and go through here. Beat over the top. Halo has the beat to match it, and it just sort of forces all of Ethereal back, and they catch Sniper on the way out.
No.
And now the Annihilation finishes
wall.
them. Do they even touch in this situation now?
I mean, this is the end.
Ooh.
This is the end for Timeless Ethereal. X10, they get the kill onto Haven. So good for these clutch picks, but is anyone even in a position to touch?
Halo
I don't think
dies.
so.
No.
It's over. That's the end for Fluffy Dreamland.
That's it. 3-1 in the end.
That final fight there, it was very sad. I mean, seeing Timeless Ethereal try to kite away from that final ult exchange after investing so much, they counter-beated, and then they tried to run away from the window, and you could just see the writing on the wall. You could see Sniper trying to back up into line of sight of the window, and as soon as the May wall came up, it was just completely over for them.
It's a bit of a shame. It felt like there was enough fight back there to maybe take it to a map 4 or map 5 rather across the series, but some high points, but ultimately, especially, we see it so often, right? Like once we get to these final crunch moments, these do or die moments, just that one fight where the ult econ, they have like all 5 ults, and it just goes, everything that could go wrong does go wrong, and they just can't recover from it. Fluffy Dreamland to advance.
Yeah, that's the end of the OWCS day, is it not?
It is. We did it. We're exactly 1 day out of 4 down.
Okay.
That's 25%.
I'm going to run some ads on these motherfuckers and call it a day.
All right.
That'll do it for me.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, see you tomorrow.
Good night. Or good morning. I don't know. I don't know how time works in Australia. All right. Whew. GTs, everyone. I appreciate everyone sticking with the stream. Long day. Some pretty good Overwatch in there, considering it was the first day, and there was presumably going to be a fair amount of mismatches along the way. So, can't have too many complaints. Let's go over here and let's try and find someone to raid. I'll end the recording now for anyone who's watching this on YouTube in the disparate future.